Should be streaming in a moment. All right, I think we are set up.
Okay. Do you want to wait a minute and see if Mr. Olson can get on? And there he is. Good morning, Mr. Olson. Before we go live, could you test your audio, please? Right now, you're muted.
Now you can hear me. Sorry about that. Appreciate
That's
it.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think everybody's on right now. Alan, can we go on the record, please? Good morning and welcome, everybody. Today is the first day of evidentiary hearings scheduled in docket EFSB 22-03, D.P.U 22-21. We have sent all the council information on how to participate by Zoom with personalized invites for council and witnesses. For audio-only participation, attendees can dial in at 1-305-224-1968 and then enter the webinar ID 845-8183-0661. My name is Donna Sharkey. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I am conducting today's first day of evidentiary hearings. As part of the bench today are other members of the Siting Board staff. Andrew Green, Director of the Siting Board, Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel of the Siting Board, Wayne Wang, Assistant Director of the Siting Board, and Smitha Divakar and Brian Wilmer, who are Siting Board analysts. Please note this hearing is being recorded by our stenographer, and video recordings will be posted to the Siting Board's YouTube channel for viewing. Let me explain the guidelines we will use regarding speaking at this evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are all relying on internet connections or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical problems, such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Please speak slowly and clearly. Allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and please pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. May I have appearances of counsel, please?
Yes, appearing on behalf of Eversource Energy, David Rosenzweig, and with me are my colleagues, Michael Kaler and Erica Hafner from Keegan Rowland.
On behalf of,
Dupree?
I'm sorry, what?
No, go ahead. Thank you.
On behalf of MIT, John DeTore, Lauren List, David Fixler, Greenberg Charg.
Mr. Olson?
Yes, on behalf of the city of Cambridge, George Olson.
Mr. Olson, can you also add your affiliation to your name on your screen name for the video?
Yes, assuming I can figure out how to do that, I'd be happy to do it. I'll work on that while the rest are introducing themselves.
Okay. Do we have any other counsel who have joined since we started? Because I don't believe anyone else was on during the practice session or at the beginning of this hearing. Okay. Seeing none, before we begin the hearing, I'd like to address some pending procedural matters. We have received 4 motions for protective treatment in this case. The first was filed by Eversource on July 28th, 2023, related to materials for this project contained in the responses to discovery and referred to as confidential energy infrastructure information, or CEII. No one has objected to this motion, which seeks to preserve the confidentiality of non-public information for the following discovery responses. Attachment EFSB-R-3-2, new substation floor layout. Attachment EFSB R-3, new substation architectural. Attachment EFSB R-3-4, new substation structural. Attachment EFSB R-3-5, new substation building electrical. Attachment EFSB R-3-6, new substation HVAC. Attachment EFSB R-3-7, new substation mechanical. And attachment EFSB-SU-18, new substation views. Mr. Rosenzweig, just to double check, are there any additional responses that should be included with this CEII designation?
I think that is correct. I know we did have 1 or 2 with cost confidential information as opposed to CEII confidential, but I think your list was complete on the CEII.
Okay. Thank you. The citing board's precedent is to presume that such information is confidential. Therefore, the documents designated are hereby presumptively designated as confidential. I will issue a written ruling confirming this treatment for these documents. If Eversource seeks to add additional responses, I will review those documents as well and address them in the ruling. The second motion, also filed on July 28th, 2023, seeks protection from disclosure of cost information contained in certain responses. The company has sought to protect the following discovery responses from disclosure on the public record. The response to EFSB-C-3 substation cost information, EFSB-C-9 cost information related to the former Fulkerson Street substation project, EFSB-RS-13 cost for different candidate routes, and responses to cost information provided in MIT responses MIT 2-1, MIT 2-2, MIT 2-8, and MIT 2-9. No one has objected to this motion or the application of the requested protective treatment to those responses. At this time, I will not rule on that motion and expect to issue a written ruling on that motion in the future. Until such a ruling is issued, we will accord those materials and any additional materials for which the company seeks protection, the protective treatment requested by the company. The company, however, is advised that staff may have questions regarding the scope of the level of redaction that might be appropriate to accord individual responses so designated as confidential in questioning from the bench on those responses in this hearing. The third motion for protective treatment was filed by MIT on September 27th, requesting protection for certain materials related to MIT's infrastructure, provided in discovery responses to Eversource, referred to as MIT survey materials. Specifically, MIT seeks to extend such protections similar to that requested by Eversource for critical energy infrastructure information, CEII, to the attachments to the response that's been marked as COM-MIT-3S1. No one has objected to that motion. I expect to issue a written ruling on that motion for those materials and any subsequent materials that MIT designates as confidential pursuant to that motion. In the interim, we will accord those materials that MIT designates as confidential pursuant to that motion. In the interim, we will accord those materials and any additional materials for which MIT seeks production under the same motion, the protective treatment requested by MIT. The fourth motion for protective treatment was filed by MIT on October 13th, 2023, requesting the citing board treat materials filed related to cost information provided in attachment EFSB-MIT-12-1 and EFSB MIT-12-1R as confidential, since it contained information for which Eversource had requested confidential treatment related to its responses in MIT 2-1 and MIT 2-2. At this time, I would ask if any party has an objection. Hearing none, I will issue a written ruling on that motion in conjunction with Eversource's request for confidential treatment for those responses. In the interim, we will provide confidential treatment to the corrected document as requested. Next, I'm turning to the motions for supplemental notice. We have received two motions to allow for additional supplemental notices related to potential route variations. On October 2nd, 2023, the company filed a motion to request the citing board issue a supplemental notice to address a proposed routing addition to its noticed hybrid alternative route of its proposed project. On October 5th, 2023, MIT filed a motion requesting that the citing board issue a supplemental notice related to 3 routing variations proposed by MIT and addressed in its pre-filed testimony in this proceeding. No other parties have commented on those two motions. MIT did not oppose the company's motion for supplemental notice, but requests in its motion for supplemental notice that if the citing board issues a notice related to the company's proposed variation, as requested by Eversource in its October 2nd, 2023 motion, that the citing board also issue a notice encompassing MIT's proposed routing variations. On October 11th, 2023, the company filed a response opposing MIT's motion. At this time, does either party have any additional statement regarding these motions for supplemental notice?
We do not.
Mr. Dutore?
No, presiding hearing officer.
Do any other parties have statements that they wish to make regarding these motions for supplemental notice? I believe, Mr. Olson, you're the only other counsel appearing in this hearing, so I'm asking if you have any statement to make with regard to either of those motions at this time.
No, thank
Thank
you.
At this time, I will take these motions under advisement and issue a written ruling on both motions. I am mindful that the timing to provide additional notice is critical, given the stage of the evidentiary hearings, and we hope to address this issue expeditiously. Is there anything else to address related to procedural matters? Okay, if not, we will move ahead with the company's presentation of its witnesses. Go ahead, Mr. Rosenzweig.
I'm sorry, Presiding
That's okay.
Officer Sharkey. Our understanding of the schedule is that the staff will commence examination on the topic of project overview. We have several witnesses that we would want to identify for the record and have sworn. who are ready to be a part of the panel on that topic. So if it would be okay with you, I will defer to my colleague, Mr. Kaler, and he will identify the witnesses one by one. And if you would swear them in either collectively or individually as you prefer, and then we would proceed with direct examination.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. I'd just like to mention again, although I've certainly emailed everybody about this in the past, that if anyone has conflicts with regard to their availability of counsel or witnesses for the days as presented in the most recent evidentiary hearing schedule, please let me know. If not now, then by email, just so we can keep things running on schedule.
And I may have a couple of those that we will want to discuss with you and the other parties. And although it's not conflict, we may have a few issues that may be the subject of examination that it would be helpful to us to know with a little more specificity when those issues may arise, so that we have the right folks who have a more limited scope of testimony on that particular issue available at that time, be it an issue of EMF or noise, for example, that we have specialized witnesses in those areas. So that's just something to keep in mind as we go through this.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. The staff will certainly go back and double check regarding some of those specialized topics to confirm that the days in which we've scheduled to address those topics that we will. I'd appreciate it if the other counsel in the proceeding also do so. Is there anything else before we move to the company's direct case? Okay, then, Mr. Kaler, would you like to present your witnesses and then I will swear them in?
Sure. So our first panel this morning will be led by Maya Benjamins, and will include Charles Eck, John Zico, Allison Klein, Jamil Abdullah, Todd Lanham, Meredith Baraka, and Aaron Wells.
Could I ask the witnesses who have just been named to make sure their video appears on the screen and to raise their hand so that it's visible on the screen, and make sure that their audio works and not just nod in response to questions. Ms. Klein, do you have a question? I see your hands up.
I thought you were asking for it to get raised right now. Apologies.
Oh, no, that's okay. It would be great if you could use your actual hand in your video, if you don't mind. Thank you. So can the witnesses that Mr. Kaler has just named, please activate their audio as well as their video? Can you raise your right hand so it's visible in your screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kaler?
Okay. Ms. Benjamins, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Maya Benjamins. I work at Eversource Energy, which is located at 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts, zip code 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource Energy?
My position is Director of Strategic Project Development.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I have served in 2 roles during my tenure at Eversource on the Greater Cambridge Energy Program. Initially, I served as the lead siting analyst, and I am now the director overseeing the entire program.
Thank you. And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify on sections 1 through 6 of the petition.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
no, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins.
Thank you.
Mr. Eck. There you are. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Charles Eck. I'm employed by Burns and McDonald, which is located at 757 Wells Avenue, Suite 27 in Newton, Massachusetts, 02459.
Thank you. And what is your position on behalf of Eversource Energy?
On behalf of Eversource Energy, I represent Eversource as project manager.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
On the topics of project description, cost, construction means, methods, impacts, and schedule will be my testimony.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Eck.
Thank you.
Mr. Zico,
Good morning.
good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is John M. Zico. I'm employed by Eversource Energy Services Company. My business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource Energy?
I am the Director of Capital Projects Engineering.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I and others working for me have been responsible for managing the work of the various engineering disciplines, both within the company and external. Furthermore, I and others working for me have also been the interface between engineering and other team members, both inside and outside of the company. Finally, I provided design basis input regarding the underground substation.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. On what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to testify on topics related to the engineering efforts for the projects and details of the engineering of the new substation.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. Ms. Klein. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Allison Klein. I'm with Eversource Energy at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass. Zip code 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am a lead engineer in the underground transmission line engineering group.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I'm responsible for the design of all the transmission lines required for the project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify on all matters regarding to the transmission line designs.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Mr. Abdullah. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Jamil Abdullah from Eversource Energy, located at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
Manager in the Capital Projects Engineering Group.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
Supported the transmission line engineering and routing.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
Transmission line engineering and routing.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah. Mr. Lanham.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Todd Lanham. I am with Eversource Energy. Office address 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
What is your position with Eversource?
I am the manager of project services.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I lead the engagement team and help lead the company's engagement efforts for the project from 2019 until recently when we started to transition to other members of the team.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
Community engagement and outreach.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Lanham. Ms. Barica. Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
Meredith Barica, Eversource Energy at 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Mass. 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a project manager for our transmission project services team.
What has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I helped lead the community engagement efforts in Somerville and Cambridge beginning in 2022.
On what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
Community engagement and outreach.
Thank you. Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
Nope.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Wells.
Morning.
Good morning. Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Aaron Wells, Eversource Energy, 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a project manager in the transmission right-of-way department.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I have been the project lead for all right-of-way related matters for the project.
And on, excuse me, and on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
Prepared to testify on all rights related matters for the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this case?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Willis.
you're welcome.
Presiding Officer Sharkey, the panel is available.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaler. The bench will proceed with questions for the witness panel. Smitha, would you like to begin with some general questions for the panel?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. I will begin with a few questions. As Ms. Sharkey mentioned, these are general questions, the big picture questions we have. So the first question, refer to exhibit EFSB CM1. Therein, the exhibit is EFSB CM1.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Thank you. The company stated that it would submit engineering drawings to local officials and state agencies between Q3 of 2023.
I'm sorry, Smitha, could you begin that again? The company states that.
Hi, Ellen. So the company stated that it would submit engineering drawings to local officials and state agencies between Q3 of 2023 and Q4 of 2024. Do you have any updates for us in this regard?
Just to one clarification, that is we would submit drawings to agencies between Q3 of 2023 and Q2 of 2024.
Right.
So
I can.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Sorry, procedurally, let me know if I'm off base, but in terms of an update, in terms of our interface with the cities on submittal of drawings, we are currently still advancing our engineering design drawings. We have provided excerpts of each of the design packages as part of our continued coordination with the cities as well as other outside agencies. But in terms of a formal submittal of approval, we're not at that stage yet. We are nearing it and anticipate to be in a position to share the entirety of where our designs are out by the first quarter of 2024. Please let me know if there's additional details you're looking for.
So I understand that instead of the Q3 2023 commitment, it's going to you're going to push it to Q1 of 2024.
Correct, and part of the reason for that, our design is very reliant on the partnerships and coordination with various developers and property owners. And in this particular case, there is still some outstanding design efforts with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation's Alston multimodal project that we're still working through the details on. And that will define a large component, particularly for the design of the lines crossing the Charles River and connecting the new substation in the Cambridge area to the existing substation in the Alston Brighton area.
Thank you. The next question refers to information in the analysis that the company provided us. Now, please refer to tables 6.1 at page 6-7 of the analysis.
Is that table 6-1?
Table 6.1.
Thank you.
At page 6-7. Do you have any updates with regard to these permit approvals?
There are no additional permit approvals to communicate at this time.
So all of these permits are being pursued, but there is no update in terms of having gotten an approval on any, right?
Correct. Each of these permits or different regulatory requirements have ongoing coordination with each of the agencies that oversee them to ensure that our final application and approvals are complete.
Okay, thank you. The next refers to EFSB CM 4.1, 4 parenthesis 1. So the question is, are there any updates to the construction schedule chart provided in there, which shows the MXD North Garage redevelopment?
I'm sorry, which shows the what?
Which shows the construction schedule for the MXD hyphen North Garage redevelopment.
So there currently has been no update to the schedule that was provided as part of the CM4 subset C response.
Okay. Now, the company had provided a GANTT chart, which is included as Exhibit EFSB CM3 subset 1. Please let us know if there are any updates to this chart as well.
At this time, there are no additional changes to the schedule. We will continue to refine the schedule when we receive a decision from the EFSB and align all of our procurement and remaining permits.
That concludes my questions on this part. I'd pass on the floor to Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Ms. Debakar. Okay, so I have just one question on these general topics, and then I'll get into project need. I think you might need a new set of witnesses then, but I'll just ask the question on the general question first. Okay, so I'd like to refer the company to their response to EFSB-G-2 and also to the analysis at page 3-13, table 3.2. And let me know when you're ready and you're there.
Could you repeat the section from the analysis? Was it page 3-2?
Page 3-13, table 3.2. 3-2 rather, excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you. So if I'm reading correctly, in the company's response to Part A of EFSB-G-2, you're describing a number of non-jurisdictional distribution upgrades. Is that correct?
Correct.
My question would be, are those upgrades accounted for in the table in the analysis, where there's a column that is distribution lines, or is this separate from that item described in table 3-2?
So what we have articulated in the petition in section 1 is that we have included the transmission lines up to the first manhole, the distribution lines up to the first manhole. Thank you. And that is in the cost when you see the distribution costs in table 3-2.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamins. So as I stated, my next questions are about need, but I want to ask the rest of my colleagues if they have other general questions to ask before then. Okay, Mr. Green.
Yeah, before we get into the details of the particular topics, and with an eye towards perhaps folks who are watching in the attendee group who may not be as familiar with the project, I'd like to offer the company a general opportunity to give us a little bit of an overview of sort of, what's happened in the 18 months, essentially, since the project was first filed, what led to the project being submitted, and what are some of the major changes that have happened over the intervening period, just to sort of explain where we are today.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'd be happy to begin responding to your question, and then I have several colleagues that can step in and support. As you know, we designed the Greater Cambridge Energy Program to be an integrated long-term solution to address reliability needs in the area, as well as the rapid economic development and sustained growth that we're seeing from clean energy policy. Over the last 18 months since we filed our petition, the project solution has remained the same, with some modifications to address concerns brought up by the community. One of the main changes that we've made to the project has been the modification to our now principal route S15 that the company requested to be noticed by the EFSB. This route is a hybrid of our original preferred and noticed alternative routes. It traverses the Grand Junction corridor, which will be proposed to be constructed in cooperation with the City of Cambridge, with the deviations to construct along the Grand Junction corridor with preliminary approval from the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, MBTA. We also received concurrence from the City of Somerville to modify the route to traverse the to be constructed Boynton Yards area. The original design of this area precluded a successful transmission line in the area. With subsequent changes to the overall design, the City of Somerville felt that was a reasonable solution for us. We also modified the crossing of the Green Line extension, another MBTA facility, to accommodate their various equipment and facilities that had been installed for us to be successfully able to enter our Somerville 402 station. We also made a small modification to the southern portion of that route to accommodate the City of Cambridge's park that is currently under development. just north of Broadway Avenue. We have also proceeded and continued to refine the design of the project as it traverses Magazine Beach with the Department of Conservation and Recreation in the state of Massachusetts. And that is the completion of the route changes that we have made. In those 18 months, we've continued to work closely with the city of Somerville, the city of Cambridge, as well as the city of Boston, and all of the associated agencies and the community in the area. Several communities were very concerned with the routes that we had proposed. We undertook an extensive outreach effort to understand what their concerns were and to be able to accommodate those concerns. I would like my colleagues Todd Lanham and Meredith Boderka to speak to some of the outreach that we did in those areas.
Certainly. Thanks, Maya. And just to kind of dovetail into what Maya was describing, is the company did take a very proactive and holistic approach to the engagement for this project. And as such, we've continued to maintain very close contact with some of our stakeholder groups, most recently holding a series of information sessions to update those stakeholders on the line routing changes and modifications. And one of them was even a joint City of Cambridge and Eversource update session for the broader community. So to that end, I guess I would just describe what Maya has teed up here is we have continued to proactively remain engaged with the stakeholders, particularly those that were most recently impacted by the changes of these line routes, and received very supportive feedback on those modifications and accommodations that we were able to work into this project. Meredith, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Todd. I think that just to provide the board with a general overview of how we have gone about our community engagement efforts with this project. We've been very intentional. We have listened, we have elicited feedback, we incorporated the feedback, and then we implemented solutions wherever possible. And the changes that Ms. Benjamin described are a result of those, in large part, a result of those intentional community engagement efforts.
And if I could just follow up on that narrative. So one other question, again, high level, not trying to jump too far ahead, is that given the passage of time since the initial filing, and I think as we're all aware, the sort of general inflationary environment that we're in that has obviously made news for generation projects and the adjustments that are needed to keep many of them economically viable. Just curious if this has impacted this project as well.
Chuck, would you like to start
Sure.
answering this and I can step
Yeah, I'm
in?
sorry, I have trouble with mute. Yeah, so effectively the escalations that we see on a daily basis, I would say, for both material and labor. These are things that come into play when estimating any project, and the biggest consideration of how to incorporate those is timing. So we had provided an estimate at this point with our original filing back in March of 2022. I would say that we still are generally in alignment if we can get a near-term approval, near-term being in 2024 is our current targets for an approval. And assuming that approval stands, we'll be in a position to better assess the various escalations that have occurred. We do have folks that are keeping and let's so-called eye on the material costs and labor costs as time goes by, but locking in those rates and those material raw costs is a moving target until we have a schedule to align with that. So it's a long-winded way of saying we'll see when we have locked down the schedule more concretely, but to date, we feel that our current estimate is relatively in line with the escalation in general, but until we lock down schedules, it's something that's outstanding.
I would like to add to what Chuck was speaking to, because as a company, Eversource is aware of the procurement challenges that have been seen across the world. Because of that, we have been working closely with suppliers to come up with unique ways to pursue procurement that keeps more of a levelized cost and gives us some visibility into the future and schedules. So we'll continue to work on that to provide the best cost and resources to complete our projects.
Thank you. And I think this will be my last question. Again, given the passage of time, I'm wondering at a high level whether there have been any pronounced changes in the perceived need for the project that the company is aware of, and whether there have been any other developments on technology or feasibility of project alternatives that could supplant the need for this particular project.
That's a really good question. And I do think that our need panel would give you a much more solid answer. From a general perspective, the last few years have continued to confirm the need of the project that needs to move forward as quickly as possible. The more details that you speak about in technology, the need panel can answer in more detail.
Okay, that's fine. I think we can leave that for now as a general response. I turn the mic back.
So does anyone else on the bench have any general questions to ask of the company with regard to the projects? Okay, if not, then I'm probably disposed to take a break, a mid-morning break before we get into needs, since it will be more difficult probably to take a break once we get into the flow of those questions. So let's take a break and come back at 11:05, unless anyone else has questions they'd like to ask, or not on the bench on the general topic, or to follow up with what's already been asked.
I wonder if we could make it 15 minutes.
Sure, that would be what, 11:10, Alan?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And Mr. Olson, I believe you just said you don't have any additional questions?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, let's take a break and we'll come back at 10 after 11. Thank you very much. Before we go back on the record, do we have someone else who's trying to join as a panelist?
Let
I'm
me
just
check.
asking.
Yep,
Because I
let me
heard
check.
the nose. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
let me
Eric.
check with the. So I think I see everybody but Jacob. Ah, he's on page 2. I see him now. Okay, so I think we have everybody.
Okay, I just asked because I'm hearing the doorbell notification sound, so I wanted to double check.
Yep, nope, all of the need panel witnesses are on screen.
Okay. All right, then let's go back on the record. Before we took our break, we determined we were going to proceed with questions, starting with questions from staff on project need. Ms. Hafner, has everyone been sworn? Do we need to add anyone?
We do need to add people. We have 5 witnesses on the need panel. They are Deganto Chatterjee, Lavelle Freeman, Jacob Lucas, Juan Martinez, and Gerhard Walker. And they all need to be sworn.
In that case, could each of those witnesses please activate both their audio and video and raise your hand so it can be seen in the your video screen. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Hafner?
Yes, so I will start the direct examination of Mr. Chatterjee. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Deganto Chatterjee. I'm the Vice President of System Planning at Eversource, and my business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position on behalf of Eversource?
I'm the Vice President of System Planning.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I guide and oversee the transmission and distribution studies that serve as the foundation for the justification of the Greater East Cambridge project.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
I'm prepared to testify on project needs and alternatives.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record at this time?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt all those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Lavelle Freeman. I work for Eversource at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position at Eversource Energy?
I am the Director of Distribution System Planning.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Project?
I and my team have performed the distribution system planning studies and analyses to identify the distribution need and to develop wires and non-wires alternative solutions.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify?
I am prepared to testify on the project need and alternatives.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, there were.
And do you have any changes to those materials that bear your name to offer for the record at this time?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt all of the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Lucas, good morning. Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Jacob Lucas. I work for Eversource Energy at 56 Prospect Street, Hartford, Connecticut, 06103.
And what is your position at Eversource?
I'm the Director of Transmission System Planning.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I'm responsible for the transmission planning aspects of the project.
And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify today?
I'm prepared to testify on Section 2, Project Need, Section 3, Project Alternatives, and Section 5, Route Comparison, specifically 5.5.6, which is the electric and magnetic fields section.
Thank you. And were the responses to information requests that bear your name in this proceeding prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those materials to offer at this time?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt all of the materials in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Juan Martinez. I work for Eversource Energy, located at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position at Eversource?
My position is Manager of Distribution System Plan.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
My role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program has been focused on identifying project needs as well as development of wires alternatives for the project.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify today?
I am prepared to testify on project need as well as project alternatives.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any changes to those materials to offer at this time?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt all of the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Walker. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Gerhard Walker, and I'm employed by Eversource Energy, located at 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position at Eversource?
I hold the position of Manager of Advanced Forecasting and Modeling at Eversource Energy.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
My role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program has been focused on the project need, as well as the non-wires alternatives for the project.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you testifying today?
I'm prepared to testify on the sections on project need, as well as alternatives, specifically section 3.4 on non-wires alternatives.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name in this proceeding prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any changes to those materials to offer at this time?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt all of those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, the panel is ready for examination.
Thank you, Ms. Hafner. Would the bench have questions they'd like to begin with on project need?
Yes, Ms. Sharkey. And I forgot to say this just now, but my questions are directed at the entire panel. So whoever is most comfortable answering, please feel free to answer. I won't necessarily direct it towards any particular witness. And just for in case the witnesses weren't able to hear what Mr. Green had asked before break, I'm just going to repeat that question, and I hope to get an answer sort of. So high level, to start off, I'd like the witnesses to tell the board staff if there's any change in the need over the past 18 months since the filing, sort of high level, and we can get into more detail after that.
Sure, I can take that. And good morning, Assistant Director Wang. The needs since we filed broadly can be classified in three categories: increases or changes in distribution loads, and increases in or changes in transmission loads, and finally the interim plan of adding a third transformer at Somerville and its associated delays. So I'll start with the first as it relates to increases or changes in distribution loads in East Cambridge Station. There are quite a few changes, but on a net basis, the aggregate load at Station 875 is about 14 megawatts higher. The same for Putnam Station. The aggregate load at Putnam Station is about 9 megawatts higher. And the aggregate changes at Somerville, the load is about 24 megawatts higher than what was filed. In addition to those distribution load changes, since the submission of petition, Vicinity Energy has announced electrification of their boilers, 2 boilers, each 42 megawatts, add up to about 84 megawatts of electric demand new at Kendall Station, 115 kV station. And then in addition to these distribution and transmission loading increases, we also have a delay in Somerville transformer. Initially was filed and planned to be in service summer of 2023, is now planned to be in service by December of next year. So as it relates to being able to serve peak demand, it'll be in service by summer of 2025. And those are the major changes since the petition was submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Does anyone else on the panel have anything to add? Thank you. Just so I'm clear on the record, Mr. Chatterjee, could you describe why the Somerville transformer is delayed for a year?
I believe it has to do with local permitting delays, but I will defer to Mr. Freeman to be able to speak to that in more detail.
So actually, if you can hear me well, yes. So yeah, it's local permitting delays. And we've been working with the city of Somerville to resolve those. And we recently had a breakthrough. And so that is why we're now targeting Q4 of 2024 to be in service by 2025 and have deployed mitigation measures at the city to ensure that we can meet the peak load during summer of 2024. But yes, as Mr. Chatterjee said, there were local permitting delays. And if more detail is needed, I would defer to Ms. Benjamin from the prior panel, who has the history.
I think that's sufficient. I just want to confirm that the permitting required for the transformer are localized to Somerville. There's no other locality that you're talking about. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Wang.
Thank you. And also for the record, I don't think this has been stated outright, but is the vicinity facility described the formerly known as the Veolia, formerly owned by Veolia?
That is correct.
Thank you. One second. And I'll get into step loads later on. So thank you for the high level explanation. Now I'd like another high level explanation of just so we can get the ball rolling for this discussion is, could you provide a high level description of how the project would solve the three, as described before, the three need questions going forward?
Sure. The project 8025 station as designed has been demonstrated to be robust enough in our analysis to have been able to successfully mitigate the full electrification of the vicinity boilers of 84 megawatts. And of course, with the addition of 270 megawatts of available firm new capacity at 8025, it would be sufficient to meet and still have sufficient headroom to reliably interconnect the step load increases at East Cambridge and Putnam, as well as the third transformer at Somerville would be able to accommodate the additional step loads at Somerville. The project, as designed, essentially loops in and out 8 transmission lines into and out of it, essentially rebalancing the load flows on the North Cambridge to Putnam to East Cambridge transmission lines and to Putnam and to Kendall by adding essentially a new source into the area supplied from Brighton. And that addition of new source helps offload the existing transmission lines significantly, thereby mitigating the overloads on the transmission system. And of course, with the addition of 3 banks as planned, and with the expandability to 4 banks.
I'm sorry, and of course, with the addition of 3 banks.
3 banks with the expandability to 4 banks, 4 transformer banks at 8025 station and Greater East Cambridge station. It would be able to have sufficient headroom to serve the broader 411 megawatts of load as filed in this load pocket, now increased to 435 megawatts in this load pocket.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. I'm wondering now if the changes that were described earlier on in the previous question were described in if you know off the top of your head, the panel, if you know whether any of those changes were described in prior information requests or this is brand new on the record, such as the 84 megawatt increase in electric boiler at vicinity.
I believe other than the boiler electrification, I believe the additional load forecast, the latest current load forecast at East Cambridge and Putnam and Somerville is new information, but I would defer to Mr. Walker to confirm that. The electrification of vicinity boiler is new information as well in the record. But I believe the Somerville transformer delay is public and is known to the department.
Mr. Chatterjee, maybe you could refer us to the responses that, for example, have addressed the vicinity boiler electrification in this record, as opposed to perhaps information that's generally available to the department, but it's not necessarily reflected in the record in this docket.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, the electrification vicinity boilers of 84 megawatts of increased electric demand at Kendall 115 kV station is new information in this petition.
Thank you. I think later in the day, we might have a more fully formed question to get that on the record as a written response at some point. But yes, thank you. Mr. Green, I see.
Yeah, we could explore that just a little bit since we're on the topic.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chatterjee, would you describe the 84 megawatts as a step load addition to the forecast relating to Vicinity's facility?
Yes, Director Green, I would specifically characterize them as two-step increases of 42 megawatts each on the transmission system.
And I'm familiar with the Vicinity operation, but perhaps you could give us a little intuitive feel for what they're doing with that 84 megawatts of capacity. Who are their customers? How are they operating their boilers? And what type of profile will that put onto the Eversource system?
I'll defer to Mr. Lucas to elaborate on that.
Much for the question, Director Green. So we've been working closely with Vicinity for years now with their plans at Kendall to install the electric boilers.
I'm sorry, for years now at their what?
At their Kendall facility, regarding their plans to install electrified steam boilers for steam production. But it is our understanding that is Vicinity's intention is to install these boilers to produce an e-steam product to their existing steam customers. And so relevant to this project, the Greater Cambridge Energy Program, is given that the Kendall station is currently served radially out of Eversource's existing North Cambridge substation. These loads, Vicinity's newly proposed loads for the electric boilers would increase the flows on the transmission lines coming out of North Cambridge, radially serving this area. We understand the first electric boiler is moving forward ahead of the second one. I believe that's why Mr. Chatterjee broke them up into two-step loads. So we are working now with Vicinity to accommodate their first electric boiler, which is 42 megawatts in total load.
And could you explain whether, I think you used the term e-steam, is that correct?
Correct.
I have not heard that term. Could you please explain that?
I believe it's just a product name meant to designate that this steam is produced from electrified clean sources. It's not my term. I can't. It's Vicinity's term. So that's all I know. Thank you.
So would the intent, do you think, be that Vicinity is procuring the generation sources from renewable or low emission sources to make that type of marketing claim?
That is my understanding.
Okay, it's not anything that Eversource is necessarily doing to supply the electricity. It's really about the source of where the electricity is being procured as a generation resource.
Correct. those megawatts would flow across the lines that we're discussing here for this project, but it's not our generation, certainly.
Okay. And is that a firm service that Eversource will be providing to Vicinity that they can call on at any time, or is there an interruptible aspect to it?
We are currently working through an operating agreement that will govern the operation of the facility. And so all of those details have not been worked out fully. I do expect it will be interruptible under certain circumstances.
So you said you're working out details that would be in some sort of a contractual arrangement. Is that right?
Correct.
So at this stage, is it more at the kind of letter of intent stage? An intention, but not really defined contractually?
They have submitted a request for service with Eversource. So that has initiated internal processes similar to any new customer connect would go through. So that has commenced.
Do you have any expectation as to when an actual formal agreement would be executed?
Just my guess, before the end of the year.
Okay. I don't know where we'll find ourselves in the proceeding at that time, but I think I'd like to make that a record request then to get the ball rolling, for Eversource to provide a copy of, first of all, any current service intentions for the Vicinity facility, and when there is a fully executed agreement, that we would get a copy of that as well.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Green, but could Mr. Lucas clarify for you, I think stated they were being treated as two separate step loads. Can you tell me what the timing is of when Eversource would contemplate needing to provide transmission service to these two separate step loads?
Sure. The first boiler, Vicinity's first boiler is imminent. I believe it's actually arriving on site in the very near future, so it's well on the way. So that the transmission service necessary for the first boiler will be in 2024.
And
I'm sorry, I do not have a lot of specificity regarding the schedule associated with the second boiler.
So I'd like to ask that the company include that information as part of the record requests that Mr. Green asked on the record just now, which would be record request EFSB -1.
A couple points in that record request. We'll do our best to respond. It may take some interaction and information sharing with Vicinity. And so we may need more time, even for the first part of the response, to beyond the normal 5 business days to respond to that. Clearly, I think based on Mr. Lucas's testimony, any agreement would be in an even longer term than that, but we will give you our best sense of where things stand with our initial response.
And I believe that we would also be interested, probably when we get to the questions on project cost, in addressing potentially whether there are costs that are specifically attributable to providing this service. And if, for example, that would change any of the cost information, in particular, for example, the allocation of substation costs breakdown between transmission and distribution services that has also already been provided in discovery responses to the staff.
Understood. We'll consider that as best we can.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig.
Yeah, I'd like to continue the questions about the vicinity facility, if I may. So, Mr. Chatterjee, you stated that the service would be an interruptible type service, not a firm transmission service to vicinity. Is that right?
Correct. I believe that was Mr. Lucas who stated that, but yes, it would be interruptible until the 8025 station is constructed.
So would the ultimate form of service using the 8025 substation fit within the confines of the project that Eversource has proposed, or are we talking about a modification of what has been proposed to eventually get to firm service to vicinity out of 8025?
There is no modification contemplated. And again, Mr. Lucas explained as when you're looking out from North Cambridge, there are two transmission lines that go radially out of North Cambridge into Putnam, into East Cambridge, and one transmission line into Kendall. So as you see it from North Cambridge, you have an additional load of 42 megawatts. What the greater East Cambridge project does by looping in one of the East Cambridge to Putnam lines into 8025 and looping in the Kendall to East Cambridge line into 8025 station and looping in the Brighton, Somerville, Mystic lines into East Cambridge is that it significantly offloads the amount of power that needs to flow from North Cambridge into Kendall to supply that load, but rather can now be shared between Brighton serving part of that and North Cambridge serving part of that, so that that rebalancing of transmission flows helps mitigate any transmission issues yielding from N-1 or N-1 contingencies that have been filed in the petition.
But
and Director Green, if I could just elaborate quickly, I should have clarified in my prior response that the interim nature of the service we are contemplating for the first boiler is simply to bridge the time until station 8025 is in service, because once 8025 is in service, it will no longer need to be an interruptible load, because we have studied that, and station 8025 fully enables vicinities in both boilers at Kendall. What Eversource was trying to do is provide some means by which vicinity would be able to serve its customers this electrified steam product before then, and that's what we're working to accomplish.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm a little amazed that it's even within the realm of possibility that the project, even with redistributing loads among different substations, can absorb an 80 megawatt or an 84 megawatt load that wasn't anticipated when this project was filed without a sort of major re-engineering of the capacity. Isn't that a bit surprising to you as well?
Thank you. I'll elaborate again. There will be many operating requirements associated with the operation of this boiler, so that it can operate reliably. You could potentially, since these are not yet established in a final agreement, this is just speculation, but to the extent vicinity also owns the Kendall generator itself, to the extent there was a willingness to operate under certain circumstances when the generator was on, it could alleviate partially some of the additional burden on the transmission lines emanating from North Cambridge.
So are you saying that the Kendall facility owned by vicinity, the Kendall station facility owned by vicinity is still potentially capable of acting as an electric generator as well as a steam source to distribute to their customers?
Right.
And that will not change with this transmission connection to the 8025 substation.
Right.
Okay.
Also, Director Green, just for clarification, the 84 megawatts of E-steam is essentially winter peaking load, which at this point is substantially lower than summer peaking load. So some of that consideration also goes into these transmission studies.
Yeah, I was actually going to get into that, so I'm glad you brought that up. Is the vicinity facility providing steam solely for heating purposes or maybe some industrial purposes, or does it actually have usefulness in the summer season?
The initial load profiles that we have received for the operation of the electric boilers at Kendall do not include hours of operation in summer months.
Is a load of this magnitude at the time when it becomes, let's say, a firm requirement customer big enough to tip the service area of this project from a summer peaking system to a winter peaking system?
I don't think this load is large enough to tip it to a winter peaking system, although generally speaking, we do see that shift coming. I don't think this load is large enough to make that happen when it comes online.
And again, just a sort of high level interest about the use of transforming electricity into steam through use of some type of an electric boiler technology to then distribute steam through pipes downstream to ultimate end use customers. I would imagine that sort of at every step of the process, there's going to be a loss of energy efficiency. Is that a correct assumption?
Versions do have losses associated with them, yes.
As does transmission of energy, whether steam or electricity.
Correct.
So this process that I guess is envisioned to produce the steam using electricity does entail a few extra steps in the conversion chain, doesn't it?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what the ultimate end use efficiency would be of where the primary energy source started from on the grid somewhere, transmitted ultimately to the vicinity electric boiler, converted to steam, shipped to end users in the Cambridge and Boston area, and then ultimately turned into space heat?
I'm sorry, we have not performed that analysis to my knowledge. This was a request we received from a customer to enable a new electric load, and we were working feverishly to try to make that happen. I do not have the efficiency information.
I think I'd like to make that a record request as well, if I may, presiding officer. I think I stated it as well as I could again, so hopefully the record will provide enough specificity on the loss of energy at each step of the process from where it originates to the ultimate use as a space heating customer of vicinity. Does that seem clear enough?
Does the company have an understanding of what Mr. Green's asking based on what's been said on the record so far? Or does it need clarification before we formalize as a record request?
I just wanted to clarify, it is not some information that we would necessarily have at our disposal. We're not a steam district heating company. So we would need to acquire that either from Vicinity or through public information. But I just wanted to make sure that that is clear, that this wouldn't be an information or analysis that we would perform.
Yeah, that would be fine if the company relies on information that Vicinity may contribute to that answer, if that's possible.
Mr. Rosenzweig, I'm assuming that you're going to add that this could be yet another record request that could take some more time to provide a response to staff.
You read my mind, yes.
Well, we're going to record that record request as EFSB, as RR EFSB-2. I would remind the parties that one of the things I had discussed in our procedural conference was that we've scheduled additional time at the end of the evidentiary hearing schedule to accommodate questions that staff might have when they receive record request responses and wish to further explore those responses in the record. And we will, as needed, adjust the evidentiary hearing schedule in order to provide us with that time. Mr. Green, sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you. So just again, for high level understanding, what would you say is the overlap between the project area and again, the Greater Cambridge project and the downstream, downsteam customers of the Vicinity facility? Are these largely overlapping geographic areas, or are they quite different?
In terms of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program project area, the Kendall station, as I said, is currently radially fed out of Eversource's North Cambridge substation. And it is for several of the transmission needs driving the need for the Greater Cambridge Energy Program. Vicinity's request, is relevant. However, we do not have Vicinity's steam pipe information or customer information that they plan to sell the steam products. So I think performing that, what I believe you're asking for is an overlap between the steam customers and the electric load customers served by Greater Cambridge. I do not believe we have the information to be able to do that.
Would you be able to provide that information as a record request?
What is known to us, Director Green, is that Vicinity's entire steam pipe system is served out of 3 stations, Kendall being one of them, Neyland Ave being another one, and Scotia Street being another one. So it isn't clear to us exactly how much steam produced from Kendall would be distributed and utilized where, given the interconnected nature. So what we could provide, again, with the consent of Vicinity Energy, not an information we would have, we can request of Vicinity, is a map of their steam, their entire steam pipeline, not just focused on Kendall.
Well, maybe Mr. Chatterjee, you could ask Vicinity if they could identify loads that are served within the Cambridge and Somerville and potentially, I suppose, Alston area that Eversource is planning on serving with its transmission upgrades, are served by Vicinity, as steam customers. So in other words, for example, if there are customers potentially normally served within the, from the Kendall Square station, such as institutions within Cambridge, which will be served by their electrification program for the Kendall Square station.
We can certainly request that, but I just wanted to clarify the electric demand that we have in our 10-year forecast does not include any electrification of heating demand in Cambridge. And to the extent the electrification of the steam production helps obviate some of the electrification of heating in Cambridge, that has no bearing on the 10-year forecast and the ensuing transmission and distribution constraints thereof. Does that help? If that's where you were going, Director Green and Ms. Sharkey.
I think where I'd like to go is, and I do understand your statement, Mr. Chatterjee, that like electricity, steam is somewhat difficult to trace from source to use, particularly where you have multiple sources of steam and they're interconnected on a steam pipe network, sort of like electrons on the grid, right? Where they come from, where they go, pretty hard to say. But I think it would be helpful for our understanding to at least get a map of the project area relative to the vicinity steam system. And to the extent that vicinity can give you perhaps useful insights in terms of practicalities of really where steam might be reaching from one source to its network. If that's available information, that would help too. Maybe it's not.
We can request it.
And what we will do so, Mr. Green, I just don't know what vicinity will be willing to provide us, and even at that, it might be proprietary to them and raise some concerns, and we'll just have to deal with those as they arise.
And I would assume, Mr. Rosenzweig, you'd be able to explain to them the type of protective treatment that the siting board accords both confidential information provided by Eversource that might extend as well to information which vicinity might deem to be confidential, and the nature of that protection.
We can. What we can't speak to is what the reaction to that will be. But
Yes, I understand.
Yes, understood.
So
go ahead.
Unless you have something to add, Mr. Green, we'll capture that on the record as record request EFSB-3.
3 or oh, yes, I guess we're up to 3. Okay. Again, sort of going back to kind of high level principles and general understanding. My line of questions before about energy losses and energy efficiency from source to sink, when you're talking about using electricity to make steam to provide downstream heating to customers, does bring up the question of how else could customers heat their premises if they weren't using steam. And since this new process at the Kendall station would be using electricity, it does certainly bring up the interesting question, at least interesting to me, of, well, what if they just simply use the electricity as the source of energy to heat their premises, rather than going through all the intermediate steps of converting it to steam and having that, flow through pipes to reach the facility and a heat exchanger and all the rest of it. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are about that, perhaps, from a physics or engineering standpoint, any of the witnesses on the panel, about the differences in efficiency using electricity let's say, through a heat pump system versus what is being described as the approach Vicinity is contemplating?
So I can maybe start first. If the question is if all of the customers in East Cambridge switch over from their current sources of heating, which may be natural gas boilers and or steam heating, to full electric, I believe that would be significantly higher load. At this point, I believe some of the preliminary analysis that we had done looking at resistive heating of East Cambridge, that for residential and commercial loads amounts to about 268 megawatts of electric resistive heating. And Mr. Walker can maybe
that's okay. We don't need to really pursue that because that's not actually what I'm really driving at. So what I'm really trying to ask is, looking at Vicinity's customers who are going to be using steam that comes from Kendall or somewhere else on their steam producing system, and only at those customers, they would now be served essentially with electricity, providing the energy input to create the steam. And I'm asking as a general question, what if those customers, Vicinity's customers, were essentially using the electricity through a heat pump technology to heat their premises instead of the steam producing process? Wouldn't that be more energy efficient?
I believe it would, because heat pumps have inherently a higher efficiency of up to 200% or even higher. What is difficult, Director Green, in answering that question is an understanding on our part on exactly where Vicinity's specific customers are relative to the East Cambridge. This is back to that mapping. What we can say that when we looked at the aggregate heat pump demand in East Cambridge, of full heat pump demand of 2050 of all of the residents and 50% of the commercial loads in East Cambridge, that was about 140 megawatts of additional heat pump demand.
Of additional heat pump what? Demand?
Demand.
Thank you.
Again, just at a basic level of understanding, isn't the I'll call the word magic of a heat pump that it takes a certain amount of electric input and it actually can multiply that in terms of the useful heat output that it produces?
Correct. But I would again just refer to some of the analysis that we have done in the electric sector modernization plan, that the aggregate increase in electric demand would require on the distribution system significant increases in infrastructure on the distribution system. So to the extent some of that electric demand is moved to the transmission system, there may be some benefits of doing so. But again, I am not in a position to be able to speak to the specific customers of Vicinity and how that overlaps and exactly what the benefit would be of not doing e-steam and instead pursuing heat pumps. We can just speak to our analysis of that heat pump.
Do you have a rough idea, or any of the other panelists, in terms of with a high efficiency heat pump system, what the multiplier is in terms of how much thermal output you get from a heat pump system relative to the electrical energy input? It is multiples, isn't it?
Yeah, so Director Green, I can take that question. So the company models specifically air source heat pumps with a coefficient of performance at 200% for the lowest external temperature that we have in our planning case, which would be at -5 Fahrenheit.
So that's the sort of worst performing case, isn't it?
That is correct.
And at an average seasonal temperature, what would that coefficient be?
I don't have the precise number. I'd have to speculate, but that is probably going to be higher.
Any, again, orders of magnitude higher? Are we talking 5%? Are we talking 300%? How much higher?
An educated guess, I would put it at a COP of 3.
So could you
Seasonal
translate that
average.
to lay English for the general audience?
Yes. So that means that a COP of 3 would enable a heat pump to get 3 kilowatt hours of heat out of every kilowatt hour of electricity consumed on a seasonal average.
So basically, that's a pretty efficient proposition, isn't it?
As it comes in terms to using electricity to heat, yes.
And comparing that to, again, the use of electricity as we're describing with the vicinity boiler electrification, that would presumably be a COP of less than 1, wouldn't it?
I cannot really speculate in terms of what vicinity's technology will allow them to do. If we take an engineering assumption that those are direct electric boilers, they would tap out at a COP of 1.
Is Eversource privy to any information about the technology that Vicinity will be using to convert the electricity to steam? Does that involve any type of geothermal, air source, heat pump technology?
We do not have that information.
Okay, I think that's going to be record request number 4. For information on the technology that Vicinity would be using to convert the Eversource supplied electricity into steam, and what the efficiency profile is of that conversion process. And Mr. Rosenschweig, I anticipate the same comment that information may or may not be commercially available. Understood.
So if the company's clear on that, do they have any questions?
Yes, we are.
Then that will be record request EFSB 4.
So, again, we're dealing with conceptual responses and questions to this point, but I think we've probably established that it is likely that the efficiency of using electricity to provide space heating through heat pumps is probably going to be a more efficient scenario than what would most likely happen through the Vicinity provided steam. And accepting that as a true statement, I'm looking for sort of a policy response from the panel as to whether the siting board should regard the Vicinity use of electricity in a favorable light, or whether we should be concerned that it's perhaps an inefficient use of energy and potentially prone to producing more emissions for the same amount of useful energy provided, despite the characterization of that as e-steam.
I just we, as the EDCs and the transmission owners, we do not make any policy decisions on customer connections that are seeking to connect on our transmission system or on the distribution system. So I cannot make any policy statement of if it's more or less efficient, and should we be looking at it favorably or unfavorably. We have a statutory obligation to conduct a study and determine any transmission or distribution constraints that ensue from any customer load interconnection requests, and that is what we have done at this point.
I can certainly understand a reluctance to question customers on what they're going to do with the energy that's being provided to them, transmitted to them. I do think, though, that the scale of this particular project at 84 megawatts and its reliance on capacity additions to the system may put it in a different context than other types of end users that are relatively small and don't sort of present this obvious question of what's the best and most efficient and most environmentally sound way for that massive amount of end use to be served.
And Mr. Reed, if I could just elaborate on the transmission need drivers for the Greater Cambridge Energy Program. I just want to be fully clear that none of the transmission drivers in any way rely on vicinities plans at Kendall. Everything that we had submitted based on transmission needs and transmission drivers did not include vicinities plans at Kendall. So those transmission drivers are very real, even absent their plans.
Right. No, I understand that. I think, again, we're following this line of questions, being that this was presented as an update to recent events that relate to the project, and so that's why we're exploring this topic. But I do understand your point, Mr. Lucas, that this may not really be, quote, the driver of the project itself, but it is working within the context of the project, correct?
I should just clarify, is not a driver for the project by any stretch. If only it exacerbates the transmission issues substantially and drives a higher urgency of the station, but no way in form does any of vicinities electrification of boilers have any changes to the justification of the transmission and distribution needs of the project.
But you said it does affect the urgency of the project.
It does, because if, as Mr. Lucas had mentioned, that the form of the first boiler will have to remain in an interruptible load until the Greater East Cambridge project is in service. So it is a sense of urgency for vicinity, but it is certainly very urgent for us because we have a very, very near term need, as filed in the petition, for single contingency non-consequential load loss from ensuing N-1 transmission upgrades that have nothing to do with the addition of and further exacerbation of loads by vicinities electrification.
Okay, well, I think I've explored this to where I would like to for now, and I will turn back to my colleagues for further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Okay, so since we've talked about step loads, I wanted to just get into that line of questioning that I have. And before that, I want to just confirm, I believe Mr. Chatterjee or Mr. Lucas, you had stated that the vicinity step load is with regard to winter operations, it doesn't necessarily pertain to the summer peak load increase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So I'd like to turn the company to page 2-15 of the analysis, where you talk about the step loads with regard to the summer peaking. I'll give you some time to get there. Let me know when you're ready to answer.
We're ready.
Thank you. So on that page, the company talks about a 68 MVA total amount of step loads in the project area. I would just like an update. Have some of these customer additions been realized? And I'll have them follow up, but just answer that first question first.
So Assistant Director Lang, I can take that question. So the company's been very closely observing what is happening on the step loads, as they are one of the key drivers in that region. And specifically for the need around station 875, the company's observed that about 22 megawatts, the step loads that we had projected to be online by 2022, have been delayed to later years. We've also observed that about 26 megawatts of those have been energized. We've seen over the entire forecast horizon of the 10 years, an overall new addition of step loads coming in as new line items of about 94 megawatts, with a reduction on the existing, either dropping up, renaming, or projects being de-scoped of 78 megawatts. So net over the forecasting horizon until 2030, between these forecasts the company has submitted as part of the petition and its most current forecast, we see a difference of 15 megawatt. And to be clear, that's an increase by 15 megawatt for 2030.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I'm just reviewing the transcript to make sure I get the numbers right. Is this 15? So 94 is not 15 more than 68. I'm wondering where the 15 increase is. Could you help me with that?
Of course. Sorry if that wasn't clear. So over the forecasting horizon, we have on the side of new 94, and on the sides of either reductions in scope or dropping out 78. So the difference between 78 and 94, that is the 16, or the 15.4 megawatts we're looking at.
Thank you. Okay. And just so I'm super clear, because it's gotten a little confusing, these step loads that we're talking about are for summer increases, is that correct?
Yes, those are summer peak increased step loads. And I think it bears to clarify when we're talking about the vicinity winter step loads, those are transmission connected assets, so they do not show up in the substation forecasts. Just so that is clarified.
Okay, so just to clarify that for myself, these step loads, these 94 megawatt step loads are not transmission connected step loads. These are customers that are served out of the substations. Is that correct?
That is correct. Those are distribution connected step loads serviced out of the 875 station.
Thank you.
Connected at 14 kV.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So getting back to the original question, it sounds like the 26 megawatts of step loads that have been energized, there might have been some difference in the amount that was forecasted previously. Is that correct?
Between what was energized and what we've seen as manifested in the peaks, there is some difference in those values. That is correct.
Okay. Scratch that. Thank you. So getting again to the difference between winter and summer peaking. I think, Mr. Chatterjee, you had started to say that the company has considered if all customers were to go to resistive heating, that would be a 268 megawatt increase. And I know that's an extreme, but is that correct? I think you stated that.
Correct. It's and we had filed that as part of D.P.U. 22-22 information request, D.P.U. 23-5, which is new information in this petition. But that is, we had projected about 267.9 as East Cambridge electrification demand with full resistive heating.
Thank you. And that would be that 267.9 would be an increase over existing winter peak loads. Is that correct?
If that were to happen, which it will not, because customers will not directly go into resistive heating. They will instead choose air source heat pumps. But correct, that would be on the distribution system.
Thank you. So the company has stated in its analysis, I have a reference to page 2-32, but I don't think you need to get there necessarily. But basically, company has stated that the project would be able to address peak load demand for 2030, and I believe there's some headroom for some more increase beyond 2030. Does that sound correct?
That is correct. If you refer to page 2-32, table 2-14, 2030 load is 132 megawatts at the new station. And with the full expandability of 8025 substation, the firm capacity would be 270 megawatts. So 270 megawatts minus 132 yields a headroom of 138 megawatts, which could be utilized by either further new customer connections or electrification of heating and/or electrification of transportation.
Thank you. I think you've anticipated some additional questions. Yes. So, I guess, could you expand on that more? Could you speculate as to additional load growth factors beyond 2030 that could take up that headroom? I think you began discussing it, but could you talk about that a little bit more for the record?
Sure. I think the decarbonization pathways of the Commonwealth require specific goals of reaching a certain amount of electric vehicles in the Commonwealth, as well as conversion of fossil fuel based heating into air source heat pumps. So the transition of East Cambridge customers to full electric heating and full electrification of transportation will be significant. Just the full electrification of light duty electric vehicles would add another 30 megawatts to the extent all of the electric vehicles that terminate in East Cambridge electrify. As I mentioned before, electrification of heating of East Cambridge customers to air source heat pumps would add likely about 140 megawatts of additional distribution demand on the system. And of course, the continued economic development in East Cambridge would continue to add more economic growth-driven electric demand on the system. So we certainly expect that the headroom of 138 megawatts, as shown in that last column of table 2-14, would be utilized to enable both decarbonization as well as facilitate economic development in East Cambridge.
Thank you. Does the company, and this is just speaking in abstract, but does the company forecast a peak in peak load demand? So for example, at some point, the summer peak would be the highest that it's ever been, and it would start plateauing or even going down into the future.
Yes, we certainly project in the about middle of 2030. So about 2035, we start to shift to a winter peaking system, again, driven by the electrification of heating demand. But the exact year is not known at this point, but certainly in that 2033 to 2037-ish timeframe, we would overall in New England, not just in Cambridge, shift to a winter peaking system.
And to add to that, Assistant Director Wang, that does not mean that the summer peaks at that point stall, but they can continue to grow as load in the general area grows. It'll just be that the winter peak is at this point higher than the summer peak and growing at a faster rate.
Thank you. And just to finish that thought, that would mean that in the future, beyond that point, the company's transmission and distribution system would have to be designed for the winter peak load rather than right now, which is the summer peak load. That's correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Would it be, since this is more than a decade out, it sounds like, would the company be able to speak to whether this talked about headroom of 138 is sufficient and for the next 10 years?
I think we can safely venture that it would be sufficient for the next 10 years, going out to 2033. As noted before, the full electrification of light duty and light duty vehicles, as well as full electrification of heating, sums to about 170 megawatts, and that is for meeting the 2050 goals. So somewhere between 2035 and 2050, depending again on the adoption rate of customers in East Cambridge, of their propensity to adopt heat pumps and electric vehicles, it would gradually start to erode away the headroom at the new 8025 or greater East Cambridge substation.
Thank you. And if you're able to, just so I can understand conceptually where we're at in terms of winter versus summer peaking, could you, if you're able to, could you provide a figure off the top of your head for what the winter peaking load demand is right now?
Generally speaking, in New England, it hovers between 70 to 85% of winter peak, is about 70 to 85% of summer peak. But I'll defer to Mr. Walker to see if we have any specifics in this particular region.
If there's an interest on a specific, we would have to take that as a record request. We do not have a specific number.
I don't necessarily need a number, but I think what I'm getting at is, I believe, Mr. Chatterjee, you had stated that the electrification of heating to get East Cambridge customers to air source would likely add 140.
I'm sorry, you had stated that the electrification of heating what?
Of heating of East Cambridge customers to air source heat pumps would likely add about 140 megawatts of additional distribution demand on the system. my question was, would this addition, in addition to the winter peak, be able to be met in 2035 without, I mean, with the additional transformer added to the currently contemplated substation?
That correct, Assistant Director. That is one of the main drivers for us having that option of expandability to give us that option for adding that additional 90 MVA bank. We certainly expect that we should be able to reach almost the 2050 goals of full light-duty electric vehicles and the electrification of heating, given that we have even at 85% of summer peak, sufficiently lower demand at this new station, and therefore higher than 138 megawatts of headroom. We should be able to accommodate full electrification or close to full electrification of transportation as well as heating. But I'll defer to Mr. Walker if we have more specifics to be able to speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. So, Assistant Director Wang, the study the company conducted as part of the before mentioned record request to the D.P.U and the 2222 rate case, the company looked at the total gas consumption of the region and determined that if 100% of the residential gas load were to electrify under the assumption of heat pumps, as well as about 50% of the commercial load electrify under the assumption of heat pumps, that this station in its configuration would be sufficient to service this. The company made an assumption for what we call a non-displaceable gas load on that system, those being gas loads that we observed also being present in the summer, process heats, other applications in lab spaces, etc., that would not be directly displaceable. Now, the company is keeping a very close eye on what's happening with local ordinances in the city of Cambridge, specifically D.P.U, if that will change anything in that regard. So if we see a significantly higher conversion of gas than what we assumed in the scenario with the non-displaceable gas, then this station, at some point, this headroom will be fully utilized. But as I stated, in the assumption of a certain component of non-displaceable gas and 100% electrification on the residential side and 100% electrification on the vehicle side, the proposed station is sufficient.
Thank you. And I would state that if it's too much of a mouthful, feel free to say Mr. Wang instead of Assistant Director. Okay. So
if I may, sorry,
yes,
Mr. Wang, to add one more quick comment to this very briefly, because Dr. Green, you had asked the question earlier on the district heating application. And this is where these start to intertwine these discussions, because anything that is on the steam district heating would not show up on the load, on the electric distribution load for the substation. So that is where this has to be considered as an offset.
So just to complete that thought for myself, that would mean that the likely, if there were significant amounts of customers that get heating from steam, that would mean that the increase in heat pump related heating would not be as much as what's being assumed. Is that correct?
That would be correct. The more that is on steam, the less is on the distribution electric heating.
And just to clarify, none of that electric heating or steam heating is in the 10-year forecast that serves as the foundation of justification of the Greater East Cambridge project.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Walker, if I could, wouldn't the, and maybe it really depends on if it's steam that's created by electricity, but if it was, wouldn't that show up in the electrification, but just not as heating? It would actually be just a step load.
So it depends on which component of the system you're looking at. The forecasts we're providing as part of the petition, specifically to station 875, that is for the distribution load on that station. So Mr. Lucas can speak to how those steam boilers would be connected to the system, but they would not be connected on the distribution side of the station. So they would not show up in that forecast and in that load.
Thank you. I think you'd stated that already. And I guess from my understanding, and Mr. Lucas, if you could, do these large scale boilers necessarily require are they supposed to connect to transmission just because it's a higher voltage and that'll help with the efficiencies or something to that effect?
Sure. Thank you for the question. They just given the size of these boilers, serving them at a transmission, the extent of current flows necessary to power them.
I'm sorry, the extent of what flows?
Current flows necessary to power them just is necessary to be done at a transmission voltage such that the cable sizes could accommodate this size of load. And I think that's Mr. Walker's point, is that these boilers, these two electric boilers at Kendall, are planned to be interconnected through Kendall's generator step-up transformer, and such that they'd be fed through the Eversource's 115 kV transmission network, not fed from Eversource's distribution transformers at East Cambridge. Does that help, Assistant Director Wayne?
Yeah, definitely. I think that clears it up. My previous question. Thank you. Mr. Chatterjee, if I could again follow up on something you'd said earlier. You said pretty authoritatively that customers would go towards heat pumps rather than resistive electric heating. Could you elaborate on that as to why that would be the case, be it because of cost or,
Sure. It's really driven by efficiency of heat pumps. They are, as Mr. Walker had stated before, heat pumps are significantly more efficient than electric resistive heating. They are, in most instances, at least 200% efficient, or can be up to 300% efficient. So the amount of electricity you are using to generate the amount of MMBTUs of heat is significantly more superior for air source heat pumps than it is for electric resistive heating.
I guess my question is, as a house residential customer, is the efficiency part of the equation so persuasive that they would more likely go towards that when they're retrofitting their houses?
I believe that is the reason why the Commonwealth's all options pathway calls for significant penetration of air source heat pumps across the Commonwealth, because of much higher efficiencies of heat pumps. And we are seeing that deployment now starting to take off.
Thank you. So you're seeing for your customers, I don't know how much you see into each individual customer, but are you seeing that the new electrification and heating is mostly heat pumps rather than resistive heating?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. I'd like the company to go to its response to EFSB-PA-2.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, are you moving to project approach?
No, this isn't still a need question.
Okay, I just
believe.
I didn't want to interrupt, but let me know when you're ready to have a break for our lunch break is what I'm bringing up.
Around 1, is that okay?
That's fine, that's fine.
Yep. Sorry, I might have pointed you towards an incorrect. Did I say PA-2?
Yes.
Okay, I meant PA-1. And let me know when you have that in front of you.
I'm there.
Thank you. So this might be a little elementary, but I just, for the record, I want it clearly stated that if my understanding is incorrect, please correct it. According to the company's response to part B, it reads to me that at a high level that the company designs its transmission system for N-1 contingencies and its distribution at N-1 contingency. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And to get back to the question I asked at the start of this set of, at the start of need, could you speak to whether there are any N0 scenarios that the company's project is also being designed for?
Most certainly the N-0 or essentially system normal can never be violated. That's a prerequisite to running contingency analysis. Again, as background, as it relates to the transmission needs, the normal rating of the North Cambridge to Putnam lines, each of those 2 lines that serve from North Cambridge to Putnam, is about 276 MVA. So certainly if the load is higher than the sum total of 276 MVA, at that point, we would have a system normal violation, such that the aggregate load that is today 411 megawatts, not today, projected in 2030, to the extent it grows to 552 megawatts, then we would see a normal, under normal conditions, under normal rating of the cables in summer peak, it would be overloaded because both of the cables will have more than 276 MVA of loading on them. We are far from that today, but again, inaction may lead us to that point in the future. But at this point, we don't see any system normal thermal issues.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear on the record, would it just to reframe that and tell me if I'm incorrect. So it's quite unlikely that any transmission owner in the Commonwealth would get to the point where it's planning for N-0 scenarios, just because of the requirements on the transmission system. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, that is one of the main reasons why NERC requires all transmission to be secure based on N-1 and N-1 -1, such that the transmission system's pre-positioned so that you don't have any thermal overloads for under system normal contingencies. And by way of background, at any given time on the transmission system, it always operates at N minus something, right? There are very few hours in a year where you have absolutely no transmission outages on the system, planned or scheduled or unplanned, and which is inherently the basis for NERC transmission planning reliability standards.
Thank you. What, if any, involvement does ISO New England have with recommendations or vetting of this particular project?
They do not. The planning for non-PTF facilities as it relates to North Cambridge to Putnam, both of the transmission lines, and Putnam to East Cambridge, both of the transmission lines, and East Cambridge to Kendall, all 5 of those transmission facilities are classified as non-PTF facilities. Those are the sole responsibility of Eversource as the transmission owner to plan for mitigating thermal overloads on non-PTF or pool transmission facility transmission.
Thank you. And does the project, if it were to be built, change this characterization of the project area and turning it into a PTF asset?
Yeah, yes, it does, because just by being able to reconfigure the transmission system so that Brighton is now connected essentially through the Greater East Cambridge project back to North Cambridge via Putnam, via East Cambridge and Putnam and North Cambridge, the non-PTF facilities will become PTF facilities as a consequence of the Greater East Cambridge project.
And at that point, what's ISO New England's relation to the facilities rather?
They will be in charge of planning for those transmission facilities as well as we will be. So it is under their jurisdiction at that point. Yes.
Thank you. I have a rudimentary understanding that radial facilities are non-PTF. Do you have other examples of facilities that would not be pool transmission facilities?
I'm sorry, that would not be pool transmission facilities?
Pool transmission facilities, correct.
We're trying to envision, Assistant Director Wong, there may be some unique situations, but for all practical purposes, any radial transmission facilities where power only goes one way are non-PTF facilities.
If I could just interject, can you also define if facilities are defined as part of the bulk power system, does that in any way change kind of ISO's oversight of those facilities, or is that only introduce considerations related to perhaps NERC requirements?
All BES facilities, bulk electric system facilities, are applicable under the NERC TPL 001 standard. So NERC transmission compliance is applicable to all BES facilities, and the applicable entities are transmission planners and planning coordinators. ISO New England is registered as a planning coordinator and a transmission planner. We're registered as a transmission planner. So if there is a BES facility that is a non-PTF facility that is the sole responsibility for Eversource as the company to be compliant with those BES facilities under NERC TPL standards.
But
So
I guess
generally, presiding officer Sharkey, I'll just elaborate. So from a BES perspective, from a NERC mandatory reliability standard applicability, usually there's a bright line threshold of any transmission facilities above 100 kilovolts and higher. I heard you say BPS, bulk power system. I just would like to clarify that's essentially a subset of BES that is determined based on testing that's governed by the Northeast Power Coordinating Council. And it's essentially just the subset renders those facilities even more critical to the reliability of the BES. But I just wanted to help with that distinction between BES and BPS. Thank you.
And I just wanted to clarify that even if a facility is a PTF facility, it is not necessarily a BESS facility is not necessarily a PTF facility. Is that correct?
100 kV and above BES facilities can be PTF facilities if they're networked, can be radial facilities, can be non-PTF facilities if they're radial. So
Okay.
BES facilities could be any transmission above 100 kV. PTF or non-PTF could be applicable to NERC TPL standards.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Wong.
And the facilities existing coming out of North Cambridge substation are an example of BES and not PTF. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And I think this has been stated a few times in different proceedings, but for the record, could the company confirm whether it plans for its assets in the same way, regardless of PTF status?
Correct. So Eversource is there's several planning criteria that are applicable to long-term transmission reliability planning. The NERC's TPL-001-4 had been previously mentioned. NPCC criteria had been previously mentioned, ISO New England criteria, as well as Eversource's own local planning criteria. And all of that is applied, PTF or non-PTF. That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Sharkey, I have a short set of questions on another topic. Do you think we should broach that, or should we get into the lunch break?
Why don't we take the lunch break now, if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Wong?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we take our break now and come back at 2:10? Thank you, off the record.
Could I ask before we go away? I heard what I think is an acronym that I didn't know, BUDO.
BUDO. Gerhard, that would have to do with a local ordinance in Cambridge.
It's a new building requirements.
So
BUDO.
BEUDO, Building Energy Use.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
So the acronym is BEUDO and is short for Building Energy Use Disclosure Ordinance.
Great, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, I'll see everybody back here at 2:10. Thank you. Hey, Alan, back on the record, please. It looks like most of the need witnesses are present again. Is that correct?
We're all here.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to resume with staff questions and probably focused at least in part on the company's update with regard to 3 different areas that have impacted the company's need calculations and the project that they discussed this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. I'll start with the questions and then the panel. I'm sorry, my colleagues should feel free to jump in if they have any follow up. Okay, so and just also to preface this, we will likely just for the record try to get all those updates in a narrative form at some point as we develop a question that answers that. But basically, to refresh everyone's memory, I believe this morning Mr. Chatterjee, when asked about an update since the filing, talked about a 14 megawatt aggregate increase in load at East Cambridge, a 9 megawatt increase at Putnam, and a 24 megawatt increase at Somerville. Is that correct?
It is correct, though Mr. Walker had corrected. It's 15 megawatts instead of 14 megawatts. With that clarification, be correct.
Thank you. So I think, and there were some other changes, such as the delay in the Somerville 4th transformer, and also the vicinity step low.
It's the delay in the 3rd transformer at Somerville.
Excuse me. Okay. So I'd like to start with the aggregate increases. Just from my understanding, when you say aggregate increase, are you saying across the board, not including the peak load, or what does aggregate in this case mean?
Aggregate in this case, I was implying the net increase. There's the shift in step loads. There may be some reductions, there may be some increases, but on a net basis, East Cambridge load increases by 2030 by 15 megawatts and Putnam by 9 megawatts.
Thank you.
And Somerville by 24.
Thank you. And further, just to clarify, these increases are at peak load conditions in the summer.
That is correct.
Thank you. And I guess what staff were curious about was when were these increases contemplated? As in, was this part of a regular forecasting update, or why is it coming about now and not in previous filings with us?
I'll defer to Mr. Walker to give a quick update on our load forecasting end-to-end process, the months we start and when we complete.
I'm sorry, you cut out briefly. Mr. Walker, to give a quick update on our load forecasting
process when we commence our load forecasting exercise and when we release in any given year a new forecast.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. So the company conducts basically an annual forecast review. We issue a company forecast in Q1 of every year. And we commence this process at the end of summer when the company has information on its new summer peaks. And this year, those peaks were relatively late, occurring in September, at which time the company collects the peaks, corrects those peaks for any switching operations, normalizes them for weather components, and then finalizes the forecast within Q1. So between the filing for this petition and the current status now, the company has issued two updates to the forecast. So these changes in our forecast values come by every year as the company gets more detailed information.
Thank you, Mr. Walker and Mr. Chatterjee. So just so I'm understanding, these forecasts, because the company's filing was made last year, this forecast encompasses the forecast published in Q1 of this year, in addition to the summer adjustments made after this summer season. Is that correct?
The changes in the forecast value towards the petition that Mr. Chatterjee was referring to are based on the forecasts the company issued in Q1 of this year, which are based on the peaks reported by the company in the summer of 2022. For the peaks reported this summer, 2023, the company is still going through the process of the forecasts and will issue new company forecasts come Q1 of 2024.
Thank you. And as part of the company's forecasting and adjustments every year, what does it, just for the record, what does it take into account in adjusting the load? I think just to give a little bit more on that, because I'm remembering Mr. Chatterjee had said this was aggregate of the step loads and how that has changed.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, are these increases solely because of that, or is there another or are there other reasons that contribute to these changes year on year?
The company considers multiple factors when it creates its annual forecasts. And we've outlined this as part of the EFSB N19 information request. There are in total 6 components that go into our forecast. And that is the underlying load growth or trend load that is based on an econometric model that utilizes the last 10 years of recorded station peaks, weather normalized data. In addition to that, the company makes adjustments for solar generation forecasts in the region. We make adjustments for electric vehicle forecasts in the region, energy efficiency forecasts for the region. And if we so have standby generation obligations, those are also in the forecast. And then for this specific project in this load region, the biggest contributor is the step loads. All of those 6 components together give you the total forecast value.
Mr. Walker, how frequently does the company project load growth by each substation?
This is conducted on an annual basis. So if we do the company forecast that is released Q1 of every year, that covers all 100 and some bulk substations of the company in the Massachusetts service territory.
But how, so is the individual substation forecast produced only once a year?
That is produced once a year. That's correct.
And does the company monitor those over the course of the year to adjust them due to changes in load at the individual substations?
That is correct, especially for the step loads. The company is continuously engaged with our customers, especially again in this area where we see a large amount of step loads in our system. We have continuous exchanges with the customers who are planning those projects. We talk to the cities. This happens through system planning. This happens through our account executives. And as changes are made, we update that information in our tracking of those step loads. Other parameter, sorry.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. As you're doing your continuous monitoring, at what point during the course of the year, as part of that monitoring, would you bring back to your planners changes in loads that are occurring and need to address specific future actions necessary to be taken with regard to the operations of a particular substation?
With regard to the system planning team, these team members are continuously involved in these discussions. Team members in Massachusetts system planning are part of all the discussions with the cities, with the key customers. They go out on site, they participate in those calls. So they are fully aware if certain things change with little to no delay to the fact. If those changes, even within an annual planning cycle, cause significant updates that would trigger a change in plan, I'll let my colleague, Mr. Martinez, comment on to what specifically happens then if his team receives such information.
Preceding Officer Sharkey, my system planning team usually meets with city and officials and even customers that have updates in step loads. But the step load itself, the forecast itself only gets updated once a year after the summer. And this is due to the extensive process of developing the forecast. So we have to wait for the summer peak to basically come into play. So we observe the summer peak. Once that is established, there's a long conversation with internal, external customers, right? Internal groups that talk to external customers. We take all the inputs that customers have given us from January all the way to September, October, and we incorporate those in the process. But typically the forecast development process takes all the way from September, October, November, December, all the way into January, February timeframe. So during that time, we're actually developing the forecast. So we only do that once a year because of the complexity of developing the forecast.
And so if there are changes that occurred, for example, this summer, it would not be reflected in the forecasted figures for a particular substation until that first quarter of the next year.
That is correct.
And so when would the company have developed the figures regarding the projected increases in East Cambridge, Putnam, and Somerville? Would that have been first quarter of 2023?
Correct. And that's what I was, those are the megawatt numbers I was referring to in my prior response.
I'm sorry, in my prior what?
Response.
And therefore, if the figures were developed in January or February of this year, when would they have been reflected in the discovery responses the company provided regarding need in this case?
I'll defer to Mr. Walker.
Preceding Officer Sharkey, could you clarify that question for me?
Sure. I want to know if the company told us today that there were some significant increases expected in 3 of the substation involved in this particular project, why those estimates of the increases in load were not reflected in discovery responses previously provided by the company related to need in this proceeding.
As part of the discovery responses, the company tried to address the questions from the siting board as clearly as possible. And from our perspective, the changes in the forecast, while they support the decision and the project itself, did not fundamentally change the need or the solution at hand.
Well, I look forward to seeing the company's responses to that when we issue our record request related to the changes in need for those 3 substations. Mr. Wong, sorry.
Thanks, Ms. Sharkey. I guess just to, Mr. Walker, you want to say something?
I wanted to quickly clarify, Proceeding Officer Sharkey, is this a record request number 5 for the updated company forecast?
No, Mr. Walker, we anticipate issuing a record request to the company in the near future with a much more detailed questions regarding the 3 particular changes in need that the company discussed earlier today.
Understood.
If I could just jump in for a quick moment, it sounds to me like the most recent iteration of the forecast for the project area was completed in Q1 of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
So I think in a to be asked record request, we may not get off the shelf information. And I'm wondering if we, at least as an interim request, should get the updated forecast that was completed in Q1 of 2023, and with a particular request for any highlighting of changes that are reflected in that forecast relative to the one that was originally submitted with the petition. And we've been asking about the 3 substations that have been mentioned. So I think we would appreciate any particular identification in the most recent forecast from Q1 2023 that perhaps explains those changes at the 3 substations. And we may, proceed to ask a follow-on question, but that will at least give us the most recent available forecast to get up to speed.
And Director Green, if I may, the 2 most relevant pieces of information as it pertains to the transmission overloads are the 2024 load of East Cambridge and Putnam in aggregate were in table 2-4 of the petition was 371.9 megawatts. For 2024, that load is now 357 megawatts, still in excess of the long-term emergency rating of the North Cambridge to Putnam lines, for which we have load at risk for a single N-1 contingency. In the petition, we also had the load pocket of Putnam and East Cambridge 2030 load of 411 megawatts. That 411 megawatts is now revised to 435 megawatts. In other words, more exacerbated N-1, N-1, as well as the distribution contingency thermal overloads.
I'm sorry, as well as the what? As well as the what?
Distribution thermal overloads.
Thank you.
So Presiding Officer Sharkey, let's make a record request for the most recent forecast for the project area that was completed in Q1 2023.
By substation?
In the same form that it was presented in the original forecast with the petition. But whatever detail is available, we would like to get the supporting documentation as well.
So that would, go ahead,
ahead.
Mr. Walker.
I wanted to clarify the record request. So this is a record request for the stations as submitted in the petition for the most up-to-date forecast published by the company in Q1 of 2023, with the details and differences highlighted to the forecast that was in the submission.
Yes, please. That would be great. And I would also add to that any supporting work papers, spreadsheets, or information that will help us understand where some of the assumptions may have come from, or the calculations that are reflected in the forecast.
Mr. Rosenzweig.
I just want to make sure something was properly captured in the record when Mr. Chatterjee was providing the difference in the peak load forecast as indicated in table 2-4 of the petition in what it is now projected to be in 2024. I wasn't sure that the transcript captured the numbers that we had intended to capture. So Deganto, if you could just kind of repeat what you said or you intended to say to make sure that the numbers are properly documented in the transcript.
Sure. I just wanted to highlight that 2024, next summer, we expect the combination of East Cambridge and Putnam stations load to be 357 MVA, higher than the long-term emergency rating of North Cambridge to Putnam transmission line, i.e., for loss of a single transmission line from North Cambridge to Putnam, we are at risk for load shed under N-1 starting next year. Growing to 2030, that load that was initially presented in table 2-4 of 411 megawatts is now 435 megawatts, which implies that we are, without the interim operations measures, in exceedance of drastic action limit or the absolute emergency limits on the transmission lines on North Cambridge to Putnam for N-1 and N-1-1. And by context, drastic action limit rating increases have the operators, gives the operators only 5 to 15 minutes to take actions. So I just wanted to highlight the severity of some of the changes while there's slight increases, 15 megawatts and 9 megawatts, but the exacerbation of these loads just really highlights the urgency of transmission overloads.
So, Mr. Chatterjee, it would be helpful if you included that information as part of the company's response to the question, which would be record request EFSB, RR EFSB number 5 that Mr. Green has just previously asked. To the extent the company has anything helpful with regard to the changing nature of the load and the impact of that changing nature of the load in terms of the need for the substation, for the transmission projects, would all be extremely helpful for the board to see as part of our review of your application.
We will submit tables 2-1 through 2-4 and a revised table 2-5 and 2-6 that encapsulates not just the changes in load forecast, but the ensuing resulting transmission thermal overloads.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee.
Mr. Chatterjee, you, I think, or either you or Mr. Walker mentioned that the forecast for Q1 2024 is being developed, and that the peak loads that will probably be most relevant to it actually occurred in September. Is that correct, that we had the sort of, most pronounced peaks this past September?
That is correct. And again, the loads that are reflected in the Q1 forecast is based on a 10-year regression analysis that includes one new year and takes out one new year. So in the longer context, the trend forecasts are not designed to fluctuate significantly year over year.
Are there any preliminary insights from the summer peaks in September that you experienced in terms of whether they seem to be consistent with the trend lines that have were shown in prior forecasts, or whether they perhaps accelerated, decelerated, anything that you can comment on at this point in time?
Not at this time.
Okay. Just to get the most current information, I think we would at least like to get the actual peak data that was experienced in September, so we can compare that to the historical data points.
We will provide that.
Could we add that to the prior record request as well? And was that number 5 or 6?
5.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Very good. Thank you.
And to clarify, Director Green, this is the reported peaks, again, for the same substations as in the petition from this summer, actual and 90/10 weather corrected. That's going to be my assumption.
Yes, that would be good. I wasn't going to ask about the weather corrected, since I know that's part of the forecasting process that you're working on, but if you have it now, would love to see it. Okay, I yield back, Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Green and Ms. Jarkey. Okay, just a couple follow-ups on those questions for the record. I believe that it seemed like Mr. Walker and Mr. Chatterjee, you both alluded to these increases, the 15 megawatts and the 9 megawatts being not out of the ordinary. Would you confirm that?
I think that is in line with the general trend of demand increases and the economic growth we have been seeing in the Cambridge area.
Okay.
Is that also true, Mr. Chatterjee, for the 24 megawatt increase that you assumed for Somerville?
Thank you for that clarification. That is new increase in Somerville that historically we had not been seeing, but now we're starting to see a 24 megawatt increase in Somerville, which is a significant increase in the city of Somerville, which, as it relates to this project, again, bringing it back to the load transfers in the petition, we had assumed 44 megawatts of load will be transferred out of East Cambridge onto Somerville. And as Somerville load increases, the ability to have transfers from East Cambridge to Somerville gets more and more limiting, even after the addition of the third transformer.
I guess if it's possible, could you, and I know Mr. Walker, you'd already explained what goes into the forecasting. I guess to the effect that Mr. Chatterjee, you had talked about the load growth in Cambridge contributing to this increase. Could you also do the same to describe what factor could have led to this 24 megawatt increase, which sounds like it wasn't previously the case?
I'm going to defer that to Mr. Martinez, who can speak to some of the direct customer additions that we've seen in the city of Somerville.
So Somerville Station 402 is physically located in the city of Somerville. It's on the northern portion of, let's call it East Cambridge, which it ties to the city of Somerville. We are seeing a significant growth in the Boynton Yards and Union Square area of the city of Somerville, which is physically located right near the Somerville Station 402. So as we plan the system in the future, one consideration was, as we upgrade Station 402, one consideration was to use it to actually absorb that load growth in the city of Somerville that is in the Boynton Yards and Union Square area, which is very far from the actual supply of the city of Somerville, which is the station of Mystic. So that is one of the areas that is growing in the city of Somerville. Does that clarify the question?
Yes, Mr. Martinez, it helps. I guess one further question on that would be, in terms of growth, are you talking about generally you're seeing year-on-year general growth, or is this step load like in Cambridge?
These are actual step loads in the city of Somerville.
Thank you. And just to bring it back to Cambridge, these changes, the 15 megawatts and 9 megawatts, they're also mostly pertaining to step load differences. Is that correct?
Correct, although Mr. Walker had given sort of a breakdown of EV, PV, EE, we are seeing a little bit of an increase in electric vehicle. Again, not anything to be concerned with at this point. A very small portion of that 15 megawatts at East Cambridge and 9 megawatts at Putnam is driven by a slightly higher increase in electric vehicle demand, but more than offset by additional energy efficiency as well. So there are some other moving parts aside from step load additions.
Thank you. And that actually dovetails with the quick question I had, which is in the analysis, the company had stated, and if you want a paid reference, it's 2-11. The company had predicted significant increase in electric light duty passenger vehicles. I was wondering if this significant increase is relative to this historical service area, or is this across the board for the company's all its service areas?
We submitted a 10-year demand forecast in the electric sector modernization plan. I believe the total Commonwealth-wide demand increase driven by electric vehicles is about 600 megawatts, which is about 10% of the aggregate demand of 6 gigawatts that we serve in the Commonwealth today. So in the 10-year period, we do expect electric vehicle demand to pick up quite substantially. But in this particular area, we don't see that much of a growth, given that it is more compact and the residential light duty vehicle demand isn't substantial. But again, over a course of time, as I mentioned before, up to, if we have full electrification of vehicles, we would see up to 30 megawatts of increase in demand, but we see nowhere near that at this point. The increases that I was referring to earlier are in the range of 1 to 1.5 megawatts, which in historical context is still substantial.
Thank you. I think that response actually leads me to needing to clarify. Could you go to page 2-11 in the petition? I'm looking at the first sentence.
Are you referring to the first sentence that says each substation's peak load forecast is a function of the substation's historical?
No, the paragraph.
Wait, I'm sorry, which says each substation's.
The I think I was referring to the incorrect sentence. You're referring to Assistant Director Wong. The company's forecast projects a significant increase in penetration of electric light-duty passenger vehicles.
Yes, and I think what I want to clarify is, it sounded like your response before meant that this sentence is referring to across the company's Massachusetts territories and not specific to here.
And also across a longer period of time. In the context of 10-year forecast, we only see 1 megawatt of electric vehicle demand in 875 station, East Cambridge station, and 1.5 megawatts of EV demand at Putnam station, 831.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Foster Evans has a follow-up on something that I said.
Actually, it's a slightly different direction, if I could. I was wondering whether the company's forecast was adjusted in any way to reflect changes in load due to the pandemic, and whether whether now that we're heading out, hopefully out of the pandemic, whether the company further adjusts its load forecast or the profile of the load to reflect that forward motion.
I'll defer to Mr. Walker to see how, if any, our forecasting processes have changed since the pandemic.
Thank you for that question. So we've seen that the pandemic has caused a significant dip in the consumption. I believe we answered that, and I'd have to look up the specific number in one of the record requests to show a reduction of 9.9% over the 10-year average in the year of 2020. The company itself has not changed the methodology in which it produces its forecast as refers to any impacts from the COVID pandemic. But we are seeing that the loads in this pocket is picking up significantly again after that year to drive up.
So if I understand you correctly, in the beginning of the pandemic, you saw about a 10% reduction in load due to the pandemic. Am I understanding you correctly?
That is correct. And I believe that was in record request EFSB N14, where the company provided that information.
And so we'll be getting another forecast that that was issued in first quarter of 2023. Do you know, seeing that forecast already exists, do you know whether there is a continuing adjustment and whether it's still 10% in that forecast due to the pandemic?
As we observe the values for the actual forecast that was issued in Q1 of 2023, again, in this value is in EFSB N14, we've seen that the peak that we've registered has gone above and beyond pre-pandemic levels. So we've seen a peak that is above the year 2019. So we've made good on all of the pandemic impacts. As of right now and here, I cannot venture how much lingering pandemic effects there might be at this point in this number. If it could be an X amount higher without the pandemic, we will probably see those impacts in the new forecast we are producing, which will be released in Q1 2024.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Walker. Thank you, Ms. Sharkey.
Mr. Wong?
Yeah, so I'd like to end this line of questioning. I just want to ask a last question on this, which is, so I'm understanding right, is that the increases for Putnam, for East Cambridge, and for Somerville, the impact of that on the project would be that, is it fair to say that the impact would be that the project would be needed earlier rather than later?
Correct. The project would be needed earlier because the transmission overloads and the ensuing risk of load shed is further heightened for both N-1 and N-1-1 contingencies. The distribution loss of load shed risk further increases for East Cambridge 875 station. And in addition to that, the increase at Somerville now prevents us from being able to transfer more load out of Cambridge into Somerville, which further now impacts some of our interim load transfer measures, further increasing risk of load shed in Cambridge.
Is the amount of transfer that's allowed now just as simple as before it's 44, now it'd be 20, because you have an increase in 24 in Somerville?
Not exactly. I think the Somerville station's firm capacity with the third transformer addition is still limited by the transmission line from Mystic. And so the resulting firm capacity at Somerville is still 120. And to the extent that may increase with transmission upgrades or changes on the transmission system, we could get a little bit more headroom. But as it stands now, the forecast at Somerville is 78 megawatts without transferring any load from East Cambridge to Somerville. So it has to be, these things have to work itself out. We have to run distribution feeders. There may be just operational challenges with being able to transfer more. But as we filed in the petition, the transfer of 44 megawatts at this point is unchanged, given that there would be headroom to be able to capture that. What I was referring to is that if we have load increases at Putnam and East Cambridge, just moving some of that load into Somerville may not be possible, given the native load increase in city of Somerville.
Mr. Chatterjee, if there continues to be what you're now projecting to be some fairly significant load increases in Somerville, does the company anticipate that they might need to make further adjustments to the Somerville substation in order to serve that load beyond the third transformer that was discussed in the context of this project?
At this point, my understanding is Somerville is maxed out. There is no feasible way to add a fourth transformer at Somerville. Putnam is maxed out. There's no feasible way of adding a fifth transformer at Putnam. So we're kind of out of options. And the only other distribution bulk station in the close vicinity of this whole area is, I believe, over 5 miles away up in North Cambridge. And so that area is also growing. So we will have to add a fourth transformer at North Cambridge to supply its own needs. So we can't transfer more load in North Cambridge. So what I'm getting at is, if you're sensing a sense of panic, is that we're kind of out of options on the distribution side. And regardless of how we move load around between Putnam and East Cambridge and Somerville, from the transmission standpoint, that load pocket just keeps going up. Moving more load from East Cambridge to Putnam does nothing to relieve any of the transmission risks.
So would the company anticipate that in the near future it would need to file for approval of another project to address the kind of increasing load demands that you're discussing?
I think in general, that is true for all of the Commonwealth. In our ESMP, we submitted the need for upgrading 26 substations throughout the Commonwealth and adding 17 new substations. So expanding North Cambridge Station is par for course for what we need to do elsewhere on the system as well. But as it relates to this load pocket, we have evolved from having oil-fired generation supporting this area to retiring, to beefing up the transmission cable rating by adding a return line, to more generation retiring, to almost completely now being reliant on transmission. And as the load grows, this load pocket just cannot be supported anymore from the transmission system without major reconfiguration, which is what 8025 station does.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Okay, so since we're talking about the transfer capabilities, I had a few preliminary questions on that. Just from my understanding, what equipment is required to allow a substation to have transfer capabilities to another substation, and vice versa? What is required in a substation that is receiving those transfers?
So I'll take that question, Mr. Wong. So the key requirement to transfer load between substations is having distribution capacity. Every substation that the company designs is designed to supply the load within proximity of the station. There's only so much distance that you can run a distribution feeder physically without running into constraints regarding voltage. Voltage would be too low at peak loads if the distribution feeder is too long, or regarding reliability. If the feeder is too long, it is exposed to the elements, to weather, to trees, to animals. And so that is the reason why you site a substation in proximity to load so you can minimize the length of distribution feeders. In moving load between substations, you would have to physically construct a distribution feeder tie between the substations and physically transfer some of the load from substation A to substation B by closing that tie point and disconnecting the feeder from the affected substation. There are some equipment that needs to be installed at the substation, breakers, for example, that tie point switches, and Mr. Martinez can give a little bit more detail, but at a high level, it's really about the distribution feeders and the construction of these feeders, whether they be underground or overhead, to effect that transfer between stations. Mr. Martinez, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I just had more of a clarifying question, because you're, Mr. Wang, you said transfer, but we're talking in the context that Mr. Freeman mentioned, we're talking permanent transfer. So that is correct. If you're looking at two stations that are close to each other, for the purpose of a permanent transfer, you will want to make sure you have substation, well, transmission capacity, distribution substation capacity, distribution switchgear capacity. Then you have available feeders that can actually be extended to where the load is on the other station to be able to transfer that load from one station to the other. So in sequence, all of that has to be available in order to basically permanently transfer load from one substation to another. And I am saying permanently because that is the way this system in the project area is designed, Mr. Wang. So this substation basically supply the load near the station, and that load is basically supplied by that substation. And the way we introduce the reliability at that station is at the station itself. We design the system so that if you have a transformer out, basically through the station, we just transfer those feeders that supply a certain area. Through the station, we just transfer the bus to bus basically transfer instead of a distribution transfer. And that's it. Typically in high low density areas, this is how we design the system. So I just wanted to clarify the permanent transfer nature of this area. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the responses. I need some clarification on the term permanent. When you're talking about permanent transfers, does that also apply to during peak load when you are required to safeguard equipment at a certain substation and you're transferring distribution loads to another substation, or is this a different thing and I'm understanding incorrectly?
In this area, it might be a different thing. So in this area, we typically have, let's say, East Cambridge substation, 3 transformers supply a number of buses. In this case, it's 5 buses, let's say. Those buses themselves have a multiple of feeders that basically run out and supply the customers, basically, right? So this is different than, let's say, an overhead area where we might have a substation that runs overhead lines, and you might have reclosers in the field and switches, and those reclosers are automated to basically open and close themselves in an overhead area that's basically tied to another station. This system is different because the inherent transfer reliability is done basically through the feeders of the same substation, because the buses themselves are designed to basically be picked up by another transformer in case you have an outage. It is not, let's say, the same design as an overhead area. So when we talk about peak load transfers in the context of the project area, we're saying that if I lose a transformer during a peak load day, that substation will have what we call an auto bus restoration scheme, which basically transferred that bus automatically inside the station to another transformer inside that same substation. And basically, it's a seamless pickup of the drop bus, basically, of the outage bus within the substation boundary itself.
And I just wanted to clarify that when we talk about permanent load transfers, we may do that, for instance, in a summer peak or through the whole year in areas like Cape or Springfield, where you could have one station that is sitting at 90% of its firm capacity when a station not too distant from there is sitting at 40% of its firm capacity. What we are doing here is not normal. When you see table 2-12, all of the stations are at their almost operating max in the same vicinity of area. Somerville is at or above 85%. Putnam is at 96%. And East Cambridge, of course, is at 109%. And this is not normal. We would never, ever operate the system like this and permanently transfer load. Basically, what we are doing here, unfortunately, is we're moving the problem of Station 875 to a broader area. And we're increasing our exposure of failure now at multiple stations all together supplying this area. So I just wanted to make sure these transfers will never be permanent. Permanent transfers are in areas of sparse population where you may have one area growing a little bit more than the other area.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. That's really helpful. I just wanted to understand, because the company's given a couple of interim operational measures and talked about Putnam and Somerville and them, even running out of transfer capabilities. And I wanted to understand what that really meant. And it sounds like, if I'm correct, and please confirm this, is that it's not normal or tenable for this to happen.
That is 100% correct. What we are essentially doing is some of the load that is in East Cambridge, we're physically now running feeders from Putnam into the streets of East Cambridge to pick up that load. And just by context, I know we are all aware of this, but that is a brand new transformer at Putnam that by 2030 is slated to be at 96% of farm. So this is not normal.
Thank you.
And just
I
for
believe-
reference,
yeah.
Mr. Wong, sorry, just for reference, I refer you to EFSB N-3, where we describe the fact that our substations are meant to be self-sufficient, where if there's an outage of a transformer, customers are transferred to another transformer at the same station. But because of the constraints that Mr. Chadwick just mentioned, where the substations are so loaded, when there's an outage, then we have to construct distribution feeders, move customers from one station to a remote station. And now you have a very compromised system where you have long feeders serving customers, exposing them to reliability issues. It is something we would never plan for, but when our hands are forced in an emergency operational situation, we would not drop customers. We would do what we have to do to keep customers energized.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. And these emergency transfers, are they done? I assume they are done manually, not automatically. Is that correct?
That is correct. In this area, that is absolutely true.
Thank you. And this sort of, before I think I have a colleague that has a follow-up, but before I get into that, when we're talking about Somerville having some transfers come over to the Somerville substation area, is the Somerville substation electrically connected to the Putnam or East Cambridge substation, or is that just that the Somerville substation is connected to some of the customers that are served by those substations?
So maybe a little bit of a historical context would also be helpful. From Brighton to Mystic, there are pipe type cables today that run through the city of Cambridge up all the way to Mystic. And so the bulk station at Somerville was constructed many decades ago. And even though Somerville Station resides in the city of Somerville, almost all of the load historically out of Somerville Station was really supplying Prospect Street through 4 feeders from Somerville to Prospect Street. And Prospect Street is inside city of Cambridge. So really it's 3 stations that supply all of Cambridge: Putnam, East Cambridge, which are bulk stations with the high side of 115 kV, low side of 14 kV. Prospect Street Station is a non-bulk station, which is supplied from Somerville Station, which is already a distribution station, onto Prospect Street Station. Now that arrangement has been successful for the past many decades because the city of Somerville's load wasn't as high and was able to be served out of Mystic. But as load is growing in city of Somerville, this arrangement of Somerville Station being able to support Cambridge doesn't continue to work anymore. So I just wanted to provide that context in response to your question, that Prospect Street Station serving majority of the East Cambridge, majority of Somerville's load today serving East Cambridge is not a long-term solution. So as load grows, we will start to move those feeders out of Somerville to start to connect Boynton Yards and Union Square, all of those loads, and Somerville load itself will start to increase so that it would not have enough capacity with those distribution feeders that run from Somerville into Prospect Street Station to support City of Cambridge. Does that help?
I appreciate the context. I guess the last thing I wanted to know, just at a high level, is what does that look like electrically? Like what's connected to what? For I understand this is not normal, but I just wanted to know what it looks like for my understanding.
Sure. I'll defer to Mr. Martinez.
Yep, I can, Mr. Juan, I can give you some context. So it's probably better if we put it in the, if we look at figure, for example, 2-1. So in figure, if you look at figure 2-1, and also look at figure 1-2, right? I'm gonna cross-reference between them to kind of help you visualize how it's connected electrically, right? So East Cambridge substation, which is shown on figure 1-2, the actual physical location, supplies 13 kV feeders that supply actual customers. And the general area of that station, 875, is the hash area in figure 2-1, right? So that's where most of the feeders of East Cambridge substation travel through, and that's where they pick up most of the customer load. If you look at figure 2-1 again, the remaining area, the dark remaining area, it's actually supplied by Putnam Station, which is shown physically in figure 1-2. It's on the south part of Cambridge. So Putnam Station also supply multiple 13 kV feeders that supply customer, and it picks up most of the remaining area in the project area shown in figure 2-1. Now, Somerville 402 is actually a bulk distribution substation, which is supplied directly from the 115 kV transmission. That station has 2 bus sections, and the main supply of that substation, the main load of that substation is actually station, what we call station 819, Prospect Station. So what happened is station 402 has multiple distribution lines that go and connect to a switch gear at section 819, and out of 819 is where most of the distribution lines come out to basically supply the middle area of Cambridge. It's the area, let's say, west of the hash area and then north of Putnam. So a lot of that area there is actually supplied by station 819, which is not a station, it's more of a switching station. It doesn't have transformers in the premise. So that switching station supplies a lot of this middle part of Cambridge, but that station is actually supplied by 402, which is the bulk distribution substation. Now 402 also supplied some Somerville customers. It's minimum, it's only 2 feeders that actually go to Somerville, but the majority of the load is actually station 8, switching station 819. And that's how the electrical configuration is in the project area. Does that clarify the question, Mr.
Yes,
Wong?
yes, it does. Mr. Wilmer, do you want to ask your question?
You're on mute.
You're still muted, Brian.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. Wong. I had a general question for my understanding. I heard, I believe Mr. Chatterjee state that Putnam is maxed out and cannot have a 5th transformer added. In general layman's terms, when a substation is built, is the expansion limit predetermined, or is it usually a space constraint? In other words, is there a design limit to how many transformers can be added to any given substation?
Yes, when we are designing any station, we pre-plan what its future expandability would be. Case in point, 8025 station, all the transmission analysis that is done assuming a 270 MVA of firm capacity can be met at all times, because even though we're planning for only 3 transformers with a firm capacity of 180, it is in transmission studies when Mr. Lucas is evaluating all the transmission needs, he is not thinking of the 180, he is planning to the 270 megawatts. And when we do that analysis, we find out that maybe not 6 transmission lines, but more like 8 transmission lines are needed into and out of the station, more specifically, the lines from 8025 into Somerville that eventually connect into Mystic. As the load grows in 8025 station, we will need to connect Mystic station onto supply 8025 station. So we are thinking way beyond 2035, 2040 levels of load when we are designing the transmission system that supplies it. But once that transmission system has been designed, you can see why we couldn't add, even if there was more space available, which there isn't in 8025, to add a fifth transformer, because the transmission system would then become the limitation. So those are some of the considerations for designing, in addition to the actual real estate around the perimeter of Putnam Station, which prevents us from adding a fifth transformer.
And just to add to that,
Sure.
so just one quick note to add. So even if we could add more transformers, if we had the space to add more transformers, there's also the constraint of getting the feeders out. You have to egress the station. You have to build conduits coming out of the station with the feeders. Oftentimes, that is the bottleneck constraint. There's maybe one getaway or two ways of exit. There are streets, there are railroads that constrains the amount of feeders that you can construct coming out of a substation. And so oftentimes it's the physical limitations of the site in terms of siting the transformers, the switch gear, the incoming transmission lines, but also the egress with the distribution lines that determines the expandability of the station.
As a follow-up to that, thank you, Mr. Freeman. Is there a diminishing return on substation expansion?
I'm sorry, is there a what?
Diminishing return on substation expansion. For example, is there a certain point where adding a transformer is no longer beneficial due to the way design of the substation is originated, that it won't allow efficient use of that transformer? At what point does it become not worth it to continue adding transformers?
So yeah, in some instances, so I'll relate it back to this broader project area. Today, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Freeman mentioned about the city of Somerville and Charlestown area. That entire area today is supplied out of Mystic Station. And adding more and more transformation, even if it is possible at Mystic Station, will require running transmission lines through the river on into Charlestown area. So while it may not be, in some instances, it may be still electrically feasible, it may not be physically feasible because of lack of space in tunnels or conduits, and building massive infrastructure to continue to take advantage of existing stations. We've run into this in other areas, in other hearings as well. We've talked about East Boston area. That was another area where just adding more transformation in an area that has historically been adequate to supply a distant area no longer works when that distant area just continues to grow. In that instance, adding more substation capacity, say at Somerville, to continue to supply Cambridge doesn't work, because you just have to keep running very, very long feeders. And to Mr. Freeman's point, then continue to increase your risk of exposure of those overhead or underground distribution lines. Even though you're adding new substation capacity, you're just increasing the risk on the system to reliability.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. To continue on that thread, so I understand the physical constraints and the distance and running more wires and how that can be problematic. My question was more specifically asking, for example, if transformers 1 through 3 are operating at Putnam, does adding the 4th somehow have an effect on the original 3's operation? Or are they able to operate the same?
They can operate the same, and as Mr. Martinez was talking about, we have ABR schemes, automatic bus restoral schemes, that are designed to seamlessly operate. When you lose a transformer, the other bus sections close so that the other 3 transformers can continue to supply the overall load. Most of the modern systems designs of distribution stations have AVR schemes on the distribution system.
Thank you. And finally, if you were to attribute the greatest limiting factor of further expansion at Putnam, what would you attribute that to?
Most directly, the transmission supply. Back to, if you see the petition in figure 2-3 on page 2-4, all of this area is radially supplied out of North Cambridge Station. Those two cables supply this entire area. So even if I could add 5 transformers at Putnam and 4 transformers at East Cambridge, all I'm doing is just exacerbating the thermal loading on 831, 536 and 831, 537 lines. This is just a untenable situation from a transmission standpoint.
And on the, sorry, I didn't know if I was on mute. On the similar thread, the same question for East Cambridge, what is the major constraint for expansion of East Cambridge?
Same thing, if you refer back to that figure, 831, 540 and 831, 538, 2 transmission lines radially supplying East Cambridge. So while there are physical limitations on East Cambridge, even if we were to somehow get rid of those physical constraints and add more transformer at East Cambridge, all we're doing is adding more load on 831, 540 and 831, 538, already at a consequential loss of load of 242 megawatts of load loss risk for N-1-1. So if we just add more than 242 megawatts of load at East Cambridge, the load rest just continues to expand. And Mr. Martinez, I think, has a follow-up.
Yeah, Mr. Woman, I realize you're asking for the most, what will be the primary, but just I would like to highlight, because it's important to highlight, in both instances, there's also space limitations at the bulk distribution substation for the addition of additional transformers. And remember, addition of transformers, it doesn't go by itself. If we add transformers, we have to have distribution switchgear, distribution feeders that can get that transformer capacity out of the substation. So it's not just a matter of adding a physical transformer, it's also adding a transformer, adding switchgear tied to that transformer, adding feeders to that switchgear that can now come out and basically pick up load to basically fully utilize that transformer. So it's a combination, and I don't want to underestimate the fact that it's a combination of many factors, and physical space at the station is also a factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I have a question about, well, if you could please refer, if you don't need to, actually. The company stated that there were transformer violations observed at East Cambridge. This was mentioned on the analysis 218. Could you please talk about what those violations were exactly?
Sure. 218 is referring to table 2-7 that shows that they're on a firm capacity of 150 megawatts without any interim load transfers of 34 megawatts moved to Putnam and 44 megawatts moved to Somerville. You have a net load at East Cambridge 875 station of 242 megawatts at a station with a firm capacity of 150 MVA. So you have a 92 megawatts of load at that station that doesn't belong there. That is at, we would never let that happen, because that would actually exceed the normal rating, because the normal rating of East Cambridge substation is 75 MVA. So we would never operate it that way because it would be thermally overloaded and we would have to drop up to 92 MVA of load to maintain system reliability.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly. Did you say that East Cambridge had 242 megawatts of a firm capacity of 150 at one point?
Correct. In table 2-7 on page 2-18, you will see on the last column in the 20-30 year column, the East Cambridge total load, last cell, third row is 242 MVA. And the row right below that is 150 MVA. That is the rating, the firm rating of that station. Well in excess. Yeah.
That's the forecasted load, correct?
That is correct.
What is the highest? Is that why the violations that were mentioned earlier occurred due to a forecasted load, or was it a actual load that exceeded the capacity?
So in planning, we only speak to forecasted weather normalized load from year 1 through year 10, and we have to be system secure for each of the years in the forecast period. So if you refer to that same table, 2022 load is already in excess of the firm capacity. And so that's why we've been talking about moving new customers that are coming in this area to connect them. And this is what Assistant Director Wong was also referring to. We are physically connecting those customers that are in East Cambridge right now to Putnam Station by running long feeders. So Putnam load will see that. And that's how we're essentially transferring load from East Cambridge, 44 megawatts to Somerville, 34 megawatts to Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. One final question regarding East Cambridge. In a situation where the load is approaching the firm capacity, what are the major milestones that the company looks for to take action, possibly to shed or reduce load, and what are those actions that the company would take in such event?
I believe Mr. Freeman and Mr. Martinez can confirm, but well before we get to these levels, we already start to move loads, pre-position the system. So we start to move loads to other adjacent stations. In some instances, drive more energy efficiency or demand response in these areas. Any and all feasible options so that we never approach 75% of firm capacity on the stations. We are well beyond our planning criteria here in this instance. Mr. Freeman, if you could elaborate.
Yes, I'll just add a few notes about the standards, and I'll let Mr. Martinez speak to a couple of things. One of them is, I think, Mr. Wilmer, you were asking about the historical violations that we saw for normal and emergency violations in 2020. Mr. Martinez has some detail on those. But in terms of our standards, yes, so we designed the system so that under normal conditions, we do not exceed 75% of the transformer ratings. For cables and overhead lines, I think for cables, it's 90%, and for overhead lines, it's also 75%. This gives us some ability, some headroom to move load around between elements that are designed to be that way, to avoid overloading of one element. And then under emergency conditions, on the loss of a transformer, for example, so-called N-1, we designed the system so that we're not exceeding 90% of the long-term emergency rating of the equipment. And those are encoded in our planning guides. And so we take action either from a planning perspective. From a planning perspective, these are planning triggers that says when we hit those limits, we do something. We began to plan for capacity. But also sometimes our plans may be delayed, and then we take operational actions to ensure that we're not violating equipment limits. And so as far as the actions, I'll let Mr. Martinez speak specifically to some of the things that we do and to the historical violations that we've seen, just to close the loop on that.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Yes. So in terms of substation itself, when we reach in a peak load at the system, and I will have you defer to table 2-9, because that table gives a much better interpretation of how the station actually works. So in the station, we actually have 3 transformers. I know that in table 2-7, we give the 150 firm capacity of the substation, and it's an easier number to work with. But in reality, what we have is 3 transformers supplying an entire area. And sometimes those transformers have different load ratios. So in terms of the steps that we will take is, one step could be make sure the transformers are balanced as close as possible in order for any of those transformers not to exceed 75% of the normal rating, which is what we use in order to calculate that long-term emergency rating. So that's step number 1, maybe make sure the station is balanced as much as possible so that none of the transformers hit 75% of normal rating. The second step, assuming you do have an N-1, will also be to, again, balance load again as much as possible, if anything. But typically that's done on the we typically plan for if we expect a peak load date and we know the load is going to reach a scenario where we could exceed the transformer firm capacity, our operations folks will probably be looking to do some moves ahead of time up to and including maybe spot generation, have it ready in case we need to turn it on to basically deload the transformers pre-event or during the peak load days to make sure that if we do get to a peak load date and we expect that load to be, let's say for East Cambridge 150, so that we never exceed that value. That is pre-event basically, or during the peak load days. Does that answer the question, Mr. Woolman?
Yes, it's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. To wrap up, I would just like to know, this might be a fundamental basic question. What is non-consequential load loss? And can you please provide an example?
I'll have Mr. Lucas provide that context with some specific background on transmission overloads.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Wilmer. So I'm going to start with consequential load loss. I find it just easier to start with that one. Both of these terms, though, are defined by NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. But consequential load loss is essentially load that is lost as a direct result of the loss of a transmission element. So the load loss must happen as a result of the loss of the transmission element. Non-consequential load loss is essentially load loss that is not a direct result of the loss of the transmission element. It was essentially an operational decision to drop that load. Does that help?
Yeah, that is helpful. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Could you please provide an example of a situation where that might occur or has occurred?
Sure. So, I mean, I think there's information in the filing that does speak to this, because it's the scenario where, so we have identified transmission drivers, transmission needs they're driving the need for the Greater Cambridge Energy Program, and 2 of those are N-1 transmission contingencies. So N-1 means that, with the loss of one transmission element, we have another transmission element that is overloading. And those overloads are very severe. In one case, almost 150% of the long-term emergency rating of the transmission facility. So very extreme overloads. And it's the NERC TPL-001 mandatory reliability standard that stipulates that non-consequential load loss is not an acceptable mitigation plan for the overload that results from the N-1 contingency event on the transmission system. So what that means is Eversource, when every year we perform these TPL assessments for us to be compliant with the TPL mandatory reliability standard, we can't say that to solve this overload that we've identified here in this filing, oh, we will just shed load, which would be a non-consequential load loss, because that loss isn't that load loss is not resulting directly from the loss of the transmission element. We would be dropping that load to try to solve the overload, and that is impermissible per the NERC standard. Does that help?
Yes, that's very clear. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I open the floor to any other colleagues that have any questions.
Can I interject with some questions for Mr. Martinez? I just wanted to ask you some follow-up when you were talking about balancing the loads within the substation for the different transformers. Within the substations, particularly if they're older substations, are all the transformers similarly sized? Or do you ever have constraints because of the age or a transformer hasn't been replaced recently?
It varies depending on the substation. So it really varies. It actually depends on how the substation came about, the upgrades that have been done at the station. But in general, we try for the transformer to be the limiting element at the substation. It's not the case all the time. Sometimes there are other equipment that could be limiting. But in general, not necessarily they're all the same size. It could be that transformers are different sizes. But in general, we try for the transformer to be the limiting element at the station.
So I guess I was curious when you were saying you were balancing load, if by balancing load, did you mean that basically the transformers handled comparable amounts of load for each transformer?
They do handle comparable amounts of load, and maybe I should clarify what I meant by balancing load. So what typically happens during the peak load date is, some transformers might be feeding some feeders that, let's say, go to a commercial area, and some transformer might be supplying some feeder, or maybe all the other transformers supply feeder that supply more of a residential area. So if we happen to have a contingency during, let's say, 12 p.m., you will expect that transformer that's supplying more of a commercial area to be highly loaded than the transformer that's supplying residential area.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. You'll expect that transformer
supplying the commercial area to be highly more loaded than the transformers that are supplying a residential area. So what our operators have the ability to do, maybe within the system itself, is transfer customers between bus sections, between transformers, in order to balance the load at that time between the transformers. That's what I meant by balancing load.
And does the company, as kind of an operational aspect, generally have a transformer available that at each substation to which it can transfer load in the event there's a loss of a particular transformer at that substation?
Yes, that is actually what we define as N-1. So for all the stations, the way we design them is so that we account for the capacity of those transformers that are remaining to pick up the load. So in essence, we don't necessarily have a transformer that is able to come and be switched in, but we do account for the loss of a transformer to happen, and then the remaining transformer can pick up the load when we basically design the substation.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify, Presiding Officer Sharkey, if your question is, do we have a standby transformer ready at hand if we lose a transformer? That is not the case, we do carry some spare transformers. In certain instances, we may pre-position the station to be able to hook up, pull out the failed transformer and pull in. But in most instances, that could take weeks, if not in some instances could take a month. So we don't plan for doing that as part of our planning. We plan to the failure of that one transformer.
So there's not an additional transformer at each substation that provides available capacity that could be immediately taken advantage of. Instead, what the company would probably do would be to try and shift load to some of the other substations. Is that correct?
No, what Mr. Chatterjee and Mr. Martinez said previously is correct. When the company designs a substation, the company designs the substation with enough transformer capacity so that if a transformer is lost, if it fails, no customers are out of service. There is sufficient remaining capacity to carry all of the load. So in effect, there is a spare transformer. It's just not sitting idle. It's connected, it's operated, and the capacity is sufficient so that you can lose one transformer and still be in service. That's N-1. Just to close the loop on the spare transformer conversation, the company does design some substations with a mobile position where the company can bring in a mobile transformer on short notice. Instead of weeks or months for a traditional transformer, as Mr. Chatterjee indicated, a mobile transformer may be brought in within several days and be hooked up. And so in an extreme situation where you really don't have any transformer capacity, or you have a single transformer substation where they are not in this area, but we do have a couple of them in Massachusetts, then there's a mobile position and you can bring in a mobile if that transformer fails. Beyond that, there are very few options, and it may be spot generation is the only other option. We may have exhausted load transfers, mobile transformers, for which we don't have a mobile position for these, then it's spot generation. Does that make sense, President Officer Sharkey?
It does. I just want to make sure that essentially when you're talking about spare transformer capacity, it's because the transformers are assumed to be at 75% for normal operating capacity. So to the extent you have that kind of reserve margin, essentially, to the extent you need additional transformers because of losses or fluctuations of load within the substation. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Green?
Thank you. I wanted to just make some connections at a fairly high level between the proposed project and a document that Eversource recently issued as a public document called the Electric Sector Modernization Plan. I believe that was released in the beginning of September. And I have had a chance to at least take a quick peek at the ESMP, as the acronym goes. And I wanted to just try to understand the relationship between this project and generally what the purpose of the Electric Sector Modernization Plan is, and get that big picture. So I guess the first question I'd like to ask to the panel is, can you give us a working understanding, a basic definition of what the purpose of the Electric Sector Modernization Plan is, and where it currently sits in the process of review?
Sure. So it is a significant undertaking by the company that is a result of the climate law that was passed last year that formed the Grid Modernization Advisory Council that represents a broad swath of sectors in our industry. And more specifically, as it relates to our submission of ESMP, it is the first time the EDCs have been asked to make their entire long-term plans fully transparent with the public and stakeholders in the Grid Modernization Advisory Council established to advise the utilities on their long-term plans. Traditional planning was we come to EFSB for East Eagle Station petition, then we come for East Cambridge. We do plan to submit another one for Hyde Park stations, and it was really, the transparency was really one station at a time. But there was no sort of broad, significant view of where are all the constraints on the system with the significant increases in electric demand and also the significant increases in solar growth within the Commonwealth. What is Eversource as a company doing to reliably continue to serve our customers, both from an infrastructure standpoint as well as from a technology standpoint? Any and all technology options, including the advancement of ADMS, DERMS, and any of the future technology platforms that would result from those deployment of advanced metering infrastructure. So it is an aggregate of all of our plans between infrastructure, technology, EV make-ready programs, energy efficiency, the totality of our plan over the 10 years. And how that relates to this petition is this is the first of many to come that are documented in Chapter 6 of that petition. Specifically, in Chapter 6, right in the beginning of that chapter, we list all the new stations and all the new station upgrades that would be needed in the 10-year plan. In the ESMP, the year 1 is 2025, year 10, 2035. So within that window, what is the infrastructure need? What is not in the ESMP is the resulting transmission upgrades and reconfiguration, such as the one we're talking about here with the 8 transmission lines in and out of the station. That part is not in the ESMP submittal. There is a separate clean energy transmission working group that has also been established because of the climate law, where some of that discussion may start to happen. Does that help, Director Green?
Yeah, that was a very good answer. I appreciate that. And I guess my follow-on question would be whether the proposed additions, upgrades, and hosting capacity investments that are described in the ESMP are predicated on this case and perhaps other cases to come being reviewed and I would assume allowed into construction that facilitate other investments. Is that sort of the sequence of events?
And that sequence and the chronological order really is very important for the company, because any of those stations, it's almost like a clockwork. We have to execute on them. And if we get delayed in one of them, what we are dealing with here, as you can see with Putnam maxed out and Somerville maxed out, that's not what we want to happen in a well-coordinated chronological sequencing of these stations. We're facing a similar situation in Hyde Park, where both Hyde Park and Dewar stations are now maxed out. And so we're going to have to submit a petition to construct a new station there to, again, offload those stations. So we're still kind of in a reactive mode. What the ESMP is trying to show is that how do we get from this reactive mode to that proactive mode of building ahead, and so we're not being continuously behind the 8 ball.
And I asked you also about where it stands in the process. Is the ESMP a draft document right now, or has it been presented in final form subject to further review?
Correct. We have significant feedback that we are getting from the Grid Modernization Advisory Council members. We are in the process of reviewing those comments, submitting our responses to those comments. At this point, at the end of this week, we would have completed our review of our review of the GMAC members' feedback on 6 of the 12 chapters. So we're, I would say, somewhere halfway in that process. By the end of November, the GMAC process essentially stops with the GMAC formal recommendations. We incorporate in our final ESMP submittal to the Department of Public Utilities January 30th. And then the D.P.U has, after that, 7 months of discovery process to approve, modify, or reject the plan as submitted. And then I should have mentioned this applies to all 3 EDCs in Massachusetts.
So it sounds like the ESMP is still a work in progress. It's a bit of a moving target. I did note, though, that there are a number of references to the Greater Cambridge Energy Program project in some level of detail, and perhaps it has additional context around things that relate to the project. So I think even though it is an interim document or draft document, it might be helpful to have that officially in our record so we can be cognizant of that and perhaps refer to that and see if we need any further updates later as things progress. So Presiding Officer Sharkey, I'd like to make a record request for the electric sector modernization plan that was released by Eversource in September of 2023.
That would be record request EFSB-6.
I think that wraps up my questions for this afternoon.
Director Green, sorry to interrupt. I do believe the company has already submitted the electric sector modernization plan as part of the response to EFSB N18. It should be in the record.
Oh, well, in that case, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Walker. And I will
in that case,
confirm
Mr.
that.
Walker,
And
you the company can simply submit a response that says you can review those results in the appropriate discovery response.
Will do.
Yep. Thank you.
Well, we were scheduled to break at 4 today. Does anyone else have any questions to ask of the panel witnesses today? Does anyone else have any procedural issues to bring up today before we resume again on Wednesday?
Mr. Kaler, do you want to touch upon the availability of certain witnesses and perhaps some micro scheduling issues that we've talked about this morning?
Sure. Before we get to that, Presiding Officer Sharkey, can I just confirm that last record request was number 6?
That's correct.
Thank you. So, on the record or off the record?
It's up to you. We can go off the record if you'd rather do it off the record.
That might be cleaner.
Okay. Let's go off the record.
So the current schedule contemplates environmental impacts as listed for both October 20th and October 23rd. And the company has a traffic witness, Mr. Mike Sutton, and a noise witness, Mr. Rob O'Neill, and then 2 witnesses that can handle EMF questions, Mr. Chris Stotterman and Mr. Ben Kotz. And Mr. Sutton is not available on the 23rd. And neither is Mr. Stotterman. But Mr. O'Neill is available on the 20th and the 23rd. And Mr. Kotz is likewise available on the 20th and 23rd. So
And is Mr. Sutton, the traffic?
Correct.
So would it be preferable if we addressed our traffic questions to Mr. Sutton on the 20th?
Yes, please.
And also to ask any EMF questions to Mr. Souterman on the 20th as well?
Yes, please. Yeah.
And he would be joined by Mr. Kotz at the same time.
And with that, he's available as well on the 20th?
Yes.
So we can do traffic and EMF. Are there any other environmental kind of specialized areas that are an issue that you'd like to do on the 20th?
Not that we're aware of at this time.
Okay. Anything else you need in terms of scheduling?
Accommodations.
No, that's fine.
And we just wanted to give you a heads up and want to make sure we're coordinated.
No, I appreciate that. Anything else? Mr. Dottori, you're not muted, so I'm going to ask you if you've got anything to raise.
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we go back on the record? I'll note the change in terms of the schedule in addressing traffic and EMF. And then we'll go off the record until Wednesday. Back on the record, Alan? So we had an off the record discussion regarding the availability of certain witnesses. And within the questioning on environmental topics on October 20th, we will ask questions on traffic and EMF as part of our questioning, so that the company's witnesses can be available to respond to those questions on the panel available that day. Seeing nothing else, I look forward to seeing everybody at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. Thank you. Off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.